Section 34 of the Shakespeare Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Davis. The Shakespeare Storybook by Mary MacLeod. Birnam Wood. When Macbeth learnt that Macduff had escaped from his power and fled to England, he took a fiendish revenge. He gave orders that his castle in Fife should be surprised and seized, and his wife and children slain. Macbeth's barbarous commands were executed, and the Thane of Fife's wife, children, servants, and every unfortunate soul in the castle were ruthlessly slaughtered. Scotland had long been groaning under the heavy yoke of the tyrant, and at this cruel deed it broke into open rebellion. Macduff returned from England, bringing the young Prince Malcolm with him, and many noblemen flocked to their standard. Macduff, burning with revenge for the loss of all his dear ones, swore that if ever the tyrant came within reach of his sword, he should never escape alive. In the troubles that now gathered thick and fast around him, Macbeth had no longer the counsel of his devoted wife to strengthen him. The punishment of her evil deeds had fallen upon Lady Macbeth. Her stern spirit was broken, for she was a prey to all the tortures of unavailing remorse. Her sleep was troubled, and in her dreams she acted over and over again the scene that had taken place on the night of Duncan's murder. The doctor, called in to attend her, could not explain the cause of the illness that seemed consuming her, but her waiting gentlewoman told him that at night Lady Macbeth would rise in her sleep and speak strange words, and act in a strange manner. The doctor resolved to watch himself to see what happened. For 2 nights all was quiet. But on the 3rd night, as he was speaking to the gentlewoman, Lady Macbeth entered, clad in a night-mantle, and carrying a lighted taper. Her eyes were open, but she evidently saw nothing. She was walking in her sleep. Setting down the taper, she began to rub her hands as if she were washing them, speaking the while in a low voice. From her broken phrases, it was easy to guess the scene of guilt that was haunting her brain. Mixed with words about Duncan's murder, came reproaches to her husband for his lack of courage, and then references to other crimes. The murder of Banquo, and the death of the Thane of Fife's wife. And all the time, Lady Macbeth kept rubbing and rubbing her hands, but it was of no use. Nothing would ever make them clean again. "Here's the smell of the blood still. All the perfumes of Arabia will not sweeten this little hand," she moaned, as if her heart were breaking. "What a sigh is there," said the doctor. "The heart is sorely charged." "I would not have such a heart in my bosom for the dignity of the whole body," said the gentlewoman. "This disease is beyond my practice," said the doctor. "Yet I have known those that have walked in their sleep, who have died holily in their beds." "Wash your hands. Put on your nightgown. Look not so pale," muttered Lady Macbeth. "I tell you yet again, Banquo is buried. He cannot come out of his grave. To bed, to bed! There's knocking at the gate. Come, 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 give me your hand. What's done cannot be undone. To bed, to bed, to bed!" And with a gesture, as if she were dragging some invisible person reluctantly after her, Lady Macbeth took up her taper and slowly retreated. The strain of this unceasing remorse by day and night was too much even for Lady Macbeth's dauntless courage, and the days of her life were soon to be numbered. Macbeth himself was bordering on a state of frenzy. Some said he was mad. Others who hated him less called it valiant fury. Whichever it might be, certain it was that his excitement was beyond control, and that he could not direct his cause in a reasonable manner. Sick at heart, void of all hope, he yet summoned all his courage, and resolved to fight stubbornly to the end, like some savage animal brought to bay. The English troops, led by Malcolm and Macbeth, were close at hand, and the Scottish nobles with their followers were to meet them near Birnam Wood. From here the combined forces were to march on Dunsinane Castle, where Macbeth now was, and which he had strongly fortified. Rumours of the enemy's might filled the air, but Macbeth, trying to reassure himself with the witch's prophecy, bade his people bring him no more reports. "Till Birnam Wood remove to Dunsinane, I cannot quail with fear," he declared. "What's the boy, Malcolm? Was he not born of woman? The spirits that know all mortal consequences have said to me thus, 'Fear not, Macbeth. No man that's born of woman shall e'er have power upon thee.'" So, when a white-faced, trembling messenger brought the news that 10,000 English soldiers were marching on Dunsinane, Macbeth silenced him with curses and abuse. But his momentary rage over, he fell again into dejection. "I am sick at heart," he said. "I have lived long enough. My way of life has fallen into the sere, the yellow leaf, and that which should accompany old age, such as honour, love, obedience, troops of friends, I must not look to have, but in their stead curses, not loud but deep, mouth honour, breath, which the poor heart would fain deny, but dare not." Then, shaking off his despondency in a fresh outburst of fury, he rallied his men, determined to make a most stubborn resistance, no matter what forces were brought against him. "I will not be afraid of death and bane till Birnam Forest come to Dunsinane," he cried, once more falling back for comfort on the witch's prophecy. News again came to Macbeth of the near approach of the English, and that the Scottish nobles were flocking to the standard of the young prince. But he refused to be daunted. "Hang out our banners on the outward walls," he shouted. "The cry is still, 'They come.' Our castle's strength will laugh a siege to scorn. Here let them lie till famine and the ague eat them up." In the midst of his warlike commands, a cry of women was heard within the castle, and the news was told Macbeth that the queen was dead. For a moment he was stunned. This, then, was the end of all their plotting and ambition. But now there was no time even to spend in grief. "She should have died hereafter," he said, with a bitter reflection on the vanity of human life. "There would have been time for such a word. Tomorrow, and tomorrow, and tomorrow creeps in this petty pace from day to day to the last syllable of recorded time, and all our yesterdays have lighted fools the way to dusty death. Out, out, brief candle! Life's but a walking shadow, a poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing." But his musing was interrupted. A messenger came hurrying up, his face full of terror. "Thou comest to use thy tongue, thy story quickly." The man sank on his knee before Macbeth. "Gracious my lord, I should report that which I say I saw, but know not how to do it." "Well, say, sir," said Macbeth impatiently. "As I stood watching upon the hill, I looked toward Birnam, and anon, methought, the wood began to move." "Liar and slave!" cried Macbeth, livid with fury, and striking the man to the ground. "Let me endure your wrath if it be not so," persisted the messenger. Within these 3 miles you may see it coming. I say, a moving grove. If thou speak false, upon the next tree shalt thou hang alive till famine cling thee, said Macbeth. If thy speech be true, I care not if thou dost as much for me. His resolution faltered, and he began to doubt the falseness of the fiends that lied like truth. Fear not till Birnam wood do come to Dunsinane, they had said. And now a wood was coming to Dunsinane. Arm, arm, and out, thundered Macbeth. If this which he avouches be true, there is no flying hence, nor tarrying here, he thought, sick at heart. I begin to be aweary of the sun, and wish the estate of the world were now undone. Then, with a sudden return of fury, ring the alarm bell, blow, wind, come, rack. At least we'll die with harness on our back. The strange occurrence reported by the messenger was indeed true, but the explanation was simple. When the English and Scotch troops met near Birnam wood, in order the better to conceal the soldiers as they marched to Dunsinane, Malcolm commanded that every man should hew down a leafy bough and bear it before him, thereby making it impossible that the number of their host could be discovered. From a distance, this mass of waving green boughs looked exactly as if Birnam wood were advancing on Dunsinane. The first of the witch's safeguards had failed Macbeth, but he fell back with desperate reliance on the other. Besides, in any case, it was now too late to retreat. He must fight the matter out to the end, and either conquer or be lost forever. They have tied me to a stake, he cried. I cannot fly, but bear-like I must fight the course. What's he that was not born of woman? Such a one am I to fear, or none. In his furious fighting on the battlefield, he presently encountered one of the English leaders, whom he promptly slew. Macbeth laughed in triumph, for he felt himself secure. He feared no weapon brandished by any man born of woman. But the hour of fate was at hand. Macduff, scorning to strike the wretched peasants hired to fight, sought everywhere for Macbeth, determined either to slay the tyrant or sheathe his sword unused. And at last he found him. But Macbeth seemed to shrink from the furious challenge. Of all men else, I have avoided thee, he said, but get thee back. My soul is too much charged with blood of thine already. I have no words. My voice is in my sword, returned Macduff. They fought, but for a while neither got the better. Then Macbeth told Macduff that he was losing labour, for it was as easy for his keen sword to hurt the air as to wound him. He bore a charmed life, which could not yield to one of woman born. Despair thy charm, cried Macduff, and the next moment Macbeth knew that the witches had doubly deceived him, for his second hope had failed. Macduff proclaimed that his birth had been different from that of ordinary mortals, so that, in a way, he might be said never to have been born. Accursed be the tongue that tells me so, exclaimed Macbeth, for it hath cowed my better part of man. And be those juggling fiends no more believed, that palter with us in a double sense, that keep the word of promise to the ear, and break it to our hope. I'll not fight with thee. Then yield thee, coward, taunted Macduff, and live to be the show and gaze of the time. We'll have thee, as our rarer monsters are, painted upon a pole, and under writ, Here you may see the tyrant. His words goaded Macbeth's failing nerve to fresh fury. Desperate and despairing, he flung his final challenge at his foe. I will not yield to kiss the ground before young Malcolm's feet, and to be baited with the rabble's curse. Though Birnam wood be come to Dunsinane, and thou opposed, being of no woman born, yet I will try the last. Before my body I throw my warlike shield. Lay on, Macduff. and cursed be him that first cries, Hold, enough. The fight was over, and as the victorious generals gathered on the field of battle, with drums beating and flags flying, Macduff approached, bearing the head of the slain Macbeth, and saluted the young Prince Malcolm as King of Scotland. Hail, King, for so thou art. Behold, where stands the usurper's cursed head, the land is free. Hail, King of Scotland. And the trumpets sounded, and a universal shout rent the air. Hail, King of Scotland. End of section 34.
Section 35 of the Shakespeare Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Perry Letson. The Shakespeare Storybook by Mary MacLeod. Hamlet, Part 1. A Vision at Midnight. Great was the sorrow in Denmark when the good King Hamlet suddenly died in a mysterious manner. The rightful heir, the young Prince Hamlet, was at that time absent in Germany, studying at the University of Wittenberg, and before he could reach home, his uncle Claudius, brother to the late king, had seized the throne. More than this, within 2 months after the death of her husband, Claudius had persuaded the widowed Queen Gertrude to marry himself. Hamlet, called back to Denmark by the death of his father, met on his return this second terrible shock of the hasty marriage of his mother. To one of his noble nature, such an action seemed almost incredible. For not only had Queen Gertrude been apparently devoted to her first husband, but the two brothers were so absolutely different, both in appearance and character, that it was difficult to imagine how anyone who had known the noble King Hamlet could descend to the base and contemptible Claudius. King Claudius now usurped all the rights of sovereignty, and by being very suave and gracious to those who surrounded him, he hoped to become popular. He would fain have banished all remembrance of the late king, though he was glib enough in uttering hypocritical words of sorrow. By pressing on the festivities of his marriage with Gertrude, he hoped to get rid of all signs of mourning. But the young Prince Hamlet refused to lay aside his suits of woe. Among the gay throng that crowded the court of the new monarch, he moved, a figure apart, clad in the deepest black, and with his brow clouded with melancholy. His mother, Queen Gertrude, tried some feeble attempts at consolation, but her commonplace, conventional remarks only showed how shallow was her own nature, and how far she was from understanding her son's depth of feeling. She begged him to put off his somber raiment, and look with a friendly eye on his uncle. Do not forever, with thy veiled lids, seek for thy noble father in the dust, she urged him. Thou knowest it is common. All that lives must die, passing through nature to eternity. Ay, madam, it is common, replied Hamlet. If it be, why seems it so particular with thee? Asked the queen. Seems, madam. Nay, it is. I know not seems, said Hamlet with noble indignation. And then he went on to say that it was not his inky cloak, nor the customary suits of solemn black, nor sighs, nor tears, nor a dejected visage, together with all forms, moods, shapes of grief, that could denote him truly. These indeed seem, for they are actions that a man might play. But I have that within which passeth show, these but the trappings and the suits of woe. Then King Claudius took up the theme and delivered a homily to Hamlet on the duty of remembering that the death of fathers was a very common event, and one over which it was very wrong to sorrow much. All fathers died, one after another. It was a law of nature, and it was therefore a fault against heaven, and most absurd in reason, to lament over something which must certainly happen. To a son who had loved his father as Hamlet had loved his, such cold-blooded moralizing was nothing short of torture. And when Claudius went on to bid him throw to earth his unprevailing woe, and think of himself as of a father, the young prince shuddered with horror at the suggestion. "For let the world take note, you are the most immediate to our throne," added Claudius pompously, looking round at the assembled courtiers. They all bowed subserviently at this announcement, and none of them dared so much as to hint that the son of their late king was their rightful ruler. When he found how events were going, Hamlet no longer cared to remain in his own country, and would have preferred to return to his studies at Wittenberg. But when his mother joined her entreaties to his uncles in urging him to stay in Denmark, Hamlet consented to do so. In spite of the forced joviality which the new king tried to impose on his subjects, there was a feeling of uneasiness abroad. First, there were rumors of war. The late king had been a valiant soldier, and had fought victoriously with the ambitious neighboring state of Norway. King Fortinbras of Norway, out of pride, had challenged King Hamlet, but had met with defeat. Fortinbras himself was slain, and some of his possessions were forfeited to Denmark. On the death of Hamlet, young Fortinbras, thinking that perhaps the country would be in an unsettled state, or holding a poor opinion of the worth of its new ruler, resolved to try to get back some of the lands his father had lost. He therefore collected a band of reckless followers, ready for any desperate enterprise, and prepared to invade the country. News of this reaching Denmark, warlike preparations were at once set on foot. Day and night there was toiling of shipwrights and casting of cannon, and strict watch was kept in all directions against the possible invaders. But it was not alone the thought of the invasion that disturbed the minds of the Danish officers. A strange occurrence had lately happened, and they feared it boded no good to the country. As the gentlemen of the guard, Marcellus and Bernardo, kept their watch on the platform of the castle at Elsinore, the ghost of the late king appeared to them. It looked exactly the same as they had known him in real life, clad in the very armour he had on when he had fought against Fortinbras of Norway. For 2 nights running, this figure had appeared before them, passing by them 3 times with slow and stately march, while they, turned almost to jelly with fear, stood dumb and did not speak to it. In deep secrecy they imparted the news to Horatio, a fellow student and great friend of the young prince, and on the 3rd night he kept watch with them. Everything happened exactly as they had said, and at the accustomed hour the apparition again appeared. Horatio spoke to it, imploring it, if possible, to tell the reason of its coming. At first the ghost would not answer, but it was just lifting its head as if about to speak, when a cock crew. Then, starting like a guilty thing upon a fearful summons, it faded from their sight. By Horatio's advice, they agreed to tell young Hamlet what they had seen. The spirit dumb to them might speak to him. Hamlet heard their tale with astonishment. He resolved to watch himself that night, and if the apparition again assumed his father's person, to speak to it, though all the spirits of evil should bid him hold his peace. He begged the officers to keep silence about what they had already seen, and about whatsoever else might happen, and promised to visit them on the platform between 11 and 12 o'clock that night. At the appointed hour, Hamlet was on the spot, and a few minutes after the clock had struck 12, the ghost appeared. Deeply amazed, but resolute to know the cause why his father's spirit could not rest, but thus revisited the earth, Hamlet implored the ghost to speak and tell him the meaning. "Say, what is this? Wherefore? What should we do?" he entreated. The apparition made no answer, but beckoned to Hamlet to follow it, as if it wished to speak to him alone. "Look, with what courteous action it waves you to more retired ground. But do not go with it," said Marcellus. "No, by no means," said Horatio. "It will not speak, then I will follow it," said Hamlet. "Do not, my lord," entreated Horatio. "Why, what should be the fear?" said Hamlet. "I do not set my life at a pin's feet. And for my soul, what can it do to that, being a thing immortal as itself? It waves me forth again, I'll follow it." Again Hamlet's companions did their utmost to hinder him, even seizing hold of him to prevent his going, for they feared lest the mysterious visitant should lure him on to his own destruction. But Hamlet shook off their detaining hands, and bidding the ghost go before, he boldly followed. Having led the young prince to a lonely part of the ramparts, the ghost at last consented to speak. He told Hamlet that he was indeed the spirit of his father, doomed for a certain term to walk the night, and by day to suffer various penalties, till the sins committed in his life had been atoned for. He then went on to exhort Hamlet that, if he had ever loved his father, he should revenge his foul and most unnatural murder. "Murder!" gasped Hamlet. "Murder most foul, as in the best it is. But this most foul, strange, and unnatural," returned the ghost solemnly. "Now, Hamlet, hear. 'Tis given out that, sleeping in my orchard, a serpent stung me. So the whole ear of Denmark is by a forged account of my death rankly deceived. But know, thou noble youth, the serpent that stung thy father's life now wears his crown." "O my prophetic soul! My uncle!" exclaimed Hamlet. "Ay," answered the ghost, and then he broke into rage against the wicked Claudius, who, after murdering his brother, had, with his subtle craft and traitorous gifts, contrived to win the affection of the widowed queen. "O Hamlet, what a falling off was there!" lamented the ghost, for he could not help knowing how infinitely beneath him, even in natural gifts, was his contemptible brother. "Sleeping within my orchard, my custom always of the afternoon," he continued, "thy uncle stole on me, with juice of henbane in a vial, which he poured into my ears. The effect of this poison was instant and horrible death, and again the ghost urged Hamlet to avenge his murder, but he commanded his son that, whatever he did against his uncle, he was to contrive no harm against his mother. "Leave her to heaven, and to those thorns that in her bosom lodge, to prick and sting," he concluded. "Fare thee well. The glowworm shows the matin to be near, and begins to pale his ineffectual fire. Adieu, adieu, adieu. Remember me." "Remember thee? Ay, thou poor ghost, while memory holds a seat in this distracted globe," cried Hamlet, as the vision faded away, and far across the sea a faint lightening of the eastern horizon showed that the dawn would soon appear. "Remember thee! Yea, from the table of my memory I'll wipe away all trivial fond records, all saws of books that youth and observation copied there, and thy commandment all alone shall live within the book and volume of my brain, unmixed with baser matter. Yes, by heaven! O villain, villain, smiling, cursed villain! My tables, meet it is I set it down, that one may smile and be a villain. At least I'm sure it may be so in Denmark. So, uncle, there you are," putting his tablets away. "Now to my word. It is adieu, adieu. Remember me. I have sworn it." Horatio and Marcellus now came hurrying up, much alarmed for the safety of their young lord. They found him in a strange mood. The news he had heard from the ghost had been such a shock to Hamlet that for the moment he seemed quite unstrung, and not yet having made up his mind how to act, he did not feel inclined to confide to his companions what he had just been told. He therefore put off their questionings with flippant speeches, and dismissed them in a somewhat summary fashion. "How is it, my noble lord?" cried Marcellus. "What news, my lord?" asked Horatio. "Oh, wonderful," said Hamlet. "Good, my lord, tell it," said Horatio. "No, you will reveal it." "Not I, my lord, by heaven," said Horatio, and Marcellus added, "Nor I, my lord." "How say you, then? Would heart of man once think it? But you'll be secret?" "Aye, by heaven, my lord," cried Horatio and Marcellus together. Hamlet lowered his voice to a tone of mysterious importance. "There ne'er a villain dwelling in all Denmark, but he's an arrant knave." "There needs no ghost, my lord, come from the grave to tell us this," said Horatio, hurt at Hamlet's lack of confidence. "Why, right. You are in the right," said Hamlet. "And so, without more circumstance at all, I hold it fit that we shake hands and part, you as your business and desire shall point you, for every man hath business and desire, such as it is, and, for my own poor part, look you, I'll go pray." "These are but wild and whirling words, my lord," said Horatio, justly aggrieved. "I am sorry they offend you heartily. Yes, faith, heartily." "There's no offence, my lord," said Horatio, rather stiffly. "Yes, by Patrick, but there is, Horatio, and much offence too," returned Hamlet. But it was of the wrong done by his uncle that he was thinking. Touching this vision here, it is an honest ghost, that let me tell you. For your desire to know what is between us, overmaster it as you may. And now, good friends, as you are friends, scholars and soldiers, give me one poor request." "What is it, my lord? We will," said Horatio. "Never make known what you have seen tonight." "My lord, we will not." "Nay, but swear it by my sword." And from underneath the ground sounded a solemn voice. "Swear!" Twice again they shifted their places, and each time from beneath the ground came the hollow voice, "Swear!" "Oh, day and night, but this is wondrous strange," marvelled Horatio. "And therefore, as a stranger, give it welcome," said Hamlet. "There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in our philosophy." Then he made them swear that never, however strange or odd he bore himself, as he perchance hereafter should think meet to put on an antic disposition, that never at such time, seeing him, were they by word or sign to show that they knew anything, or with meaning, nods and smiles, pretend they could explain this strange behavior if they chose. "Swear," said the ghost beneath. "Rest, rest, perturbed spirit," said Hamlet, and his companions took the oath demanded of them. "So, gentlemen, with all my love I do commend me to you, and what so poor a man as Hamlet is may do to express his love and friending to you, God willing shall not lack. Let us go in together, and still your fingers on your lips, I pray. The time is out of joint. O cursed spite, that I was ever born to set it right. Nay, come, let us go together." End of section 35. Recording by Perry Letson. Section 36 of the Shakespeare Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Perry Letson. The Shakespeare Storybook by Mary MacLeod. Hamlet, Part 2. Ophelia, sweet bells jangled, out of tune and harsh. Ophelia. The Lord Chamberlain to the court of Denmark was an old man called Polonius, an ancient gray-bearded counselor whose brain was stuffed with saws and proverbial sayings, and who had a very high opinion of his own sagacity. Polonius was ready to lay down the law on every occasion, and could always explain everything completely to his own satisfaction. The worldly wisdom of what he said was sometimes excellent, but his prosy moralizing was often a severe tax on the patience of his hearers. In fact, he was not unfrequently what might be called a tedious old bore. Polonius had 2 children, a handsome, fiery-natured son called Laertes, and a gentle, beautiful young daughter called Ophelia. Like most young gallants in days of old, Laertes wished to see something of the world abroad, and directly the coronation was over, he begged permission to return to France, whence he had come to Denmark to show his duty to the new king. Hearing that Polonius had granted leave, though unwillingly, Claudius graciously gave his own consent, and Laertes prepared to depart at once. Between Ophelia and young Prince Hamlet, a tender affection had grown up. As children, no doubt, they had been companions, for the boy prince had no brothers or sisters of his own, though at school he had 2 friends of whom he was very fond, Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. As Hamlet and Ophelia grew older, this feeling became stronger. Their intimacy was watched with favor by Queen Gertrude, who dearly loved the gentle maiden and wished nothing better than that she should become the wife of her son. So far, no definite engagement of marriage had taken place, but Hamlet was deeply attached to the young girl and showed his affection by many gifts and words of love. As for Ophelia, her whole being was wrapped up in Hamlet. And small wonder, for peerless in grace and beauty, gallant in bearing as noble in nature, the young prince shone forth far beyond any of his companions. As soldier, courtier, scholar, he was alike distinguished. Ready in wit, skilled in manly exercises, highly accomplished, deeply thoughtful, studious in learning, a prince of courtesy, and an affectionate comrade. What marvel, then, that he had won for himself the absorbing love of a simple maiden like Ophelia, and the whole-hearted devotion of a loyal friend like Horatio. Ophelia, in the quiet simplicity of her nature, accepted Hamlet's love without question. But Laertes, with his larger experience of the world, was by no means confident that Hamlet intended anything serious, and on the eve of his departure for France, he warned his sister not to place too much reliance on the young prince's favor. He bade her think of it as a fashion and a toy to amuse the passing hour, something sweet but not lasting. "No more but so?" said Ophelia wistfully. "Think it no more," counseled Laertes firmly. "Perhaps he loves you now, sincerely enough, but you must fear weighing his greatness. His will is not his own, for he himself is subject to his birth. He may not, as unvalued persons do, choose for himself, for on his choice depends the safety and health of this whole state." Then, sensibly enough, Laertes pointed out that even if Hamlet truly loved her, reasons of state might prevent his ever marrying her, and therefore he begged his sister to be careful about bestowing her love too unguardedly on the prince. Poor Ophelia's heart sank lower and lower at her brother's words, but she meekly promised to remember his counsel. Then Polonius came in and gave some excellent parting words of advice to his son. "Farewell, Ophelia, and remember well what I have said to you," said Laertes, as he took his leave. "What is it, Ophelia, he hath said to you?" asked Polonius. "So please you, something touching the Lord Hamlet," "Marry, well bethought," said the old man. And then, in his turn, he proceeded to lecture his daughter on somewhat the same lines as Laertes had done. In reply to his questions, Ophelia told him that Hamlet had lately made many offerings of affection and spoken many words of love. But, like Laertes, Polonius would not believe that Hamlet intended them seriously, or at any rate he pretended to think it only a passing fancy of the prince's. He ordered his daughter, therefore, to be more chary in seeing Hamlet. In fact, to avoid him as much as possible. "I shall obey, my lord," answered Ophelia dutifully. It never seemed to occur to her to question her father's will. She could love faithfully, but she could not struggle against opposition. So when the tempest came, she bent her head before it, like a frail reed, and was swept resistlessly away. Sweet bells jangled, out of tune and harsh. In accordance with her father's injunctions, Ophelia now began to keep aloof from Hamlet. She sent no answers to his letters, and refused to see him. In the deeply absorbing subject which had occupied Hamlet's brain since the visit of the ghost, it may be doubted whether he felt to the full this altered behavior. But when all joy on earth seemed failing him, and nothing true or steadfast seemed left, it was perhaps an added pang that even the woman he loved should choose this moment to withdraw her sympathy and companionship. Hamlet had sworn to his father's spirit, henceforth, to banish from his mind the remembrance of everything but revenge. His love for Ophelia, therefore, must take secondary place. But he could not give it up so easily, though he made an attempt to do so. There was a constant struggle going on in his mind. His was the misery of one who has a harder task imposed on him than he has the strength to carry out. He knew his duty, but he could not do it. He pondered and pondered over the matter. He reflected deeply over the problems and difficulties of life. He could think and suffer and plan, but he could not act. Time passed on, and still he had taken no decisive step. Day after day he saw the false, fawning smile of the traitor who had stolen his father's crown. He knew himself to be thrust out of his own lawful place, a poor dependent on the will of the usurper, instead of enjoying his lawful rights as his father's successor. But there was something in the sweet nobility of Hamlet which wrought its own downfall. A coarser, blunter nature that went straight to its mark, and either did not see or did not trouble itself about any side issues, would have won its object. But Hamlet's delicate, highly strung spirit was not of the kind to command worldly success. The perpetual trouble and perplexity in which he was plunged, and the bitter sense of his own irresolution, wrought a great change in the young prince. Utterly out of sympathy with the whole court of Denmark, and the better to conceal the workings of his mind, he adopted a strange mode of behavior. He enjoyed the freedom this gave him of dispensing with the hypocrisy which was so prevalent at court, and he took a half-bitter amusement in playing the part of one whose wits are wandering, and who is therefore privileged to indulge in wild and random speech. But at any instant he could lay aside this garb of eccentricity. With his old friends he was still the warm-hearted comrade, and to those in a lower position he was invariably a prince of royal courtesy and kindness. The king and queen were much concerned at this change in Hamlet, and could not imagine what caused it, unless it were his father's death. They sent in haste for 2 favorite friends of his boyhood to see if they could cheer him up with their company, and privately glean if there were anything afflicting him unknown to them. Rosencrantz and Guildenstern promised to do their best, and the queen ordered them to be at once conducted to Hamlet. In the meanwhile, Old Polonius had solved the problem of Hamlet's madness entirely to his own satisfaction, and he now came in triumph to impart his discovery to the king and queen. It was, of course, quite impossible for him to tell his tale in a few words. But after an immense deal of beating round the bush, at last he came to the point. Briefly, it amounted to this. Hamlet had become mad because Ophelia had rejected his love. Old Polonius was quite certain about it. There was no doubt of the fact, and he carefully traced in detail all the various stages of Hamlet's malady, which, it need scarcely be said, only existed in the old chamberlain's imagination. Polonius further produced as evidence a wild sort of letter that Hamlet had written to Ophelia, and was quite offended when the king and queen seemed to hesitate a little in accepting his explanation of the problem. Hath there been such a time, I would fain know that I have positively said, "'Tis so,' when it proved otherwise?" "Not that I know," said the king. "Take this from this," said Polonius, pointing to his head and shoulders. "If this be otherwise, if circumstances lead me, I will find where truth is hid, though it were hid indeed within the centre." "How may we try it further?" asked the king. Polonius replied that Hamlet often walked for hours together in the lobby where they then were, and suggested that at such a time Ophelia should be sent to speak to him. He and the king, secretly hidden behind the arras, would watch the interview. If he not love her, and be not fallen from his reason because of it, let me be no assistant for a state, but keep a farm and carters, concluded Polonius complacently. "We will try it," said the king. "But look where sadly the poor wretch comes reading," said the queen, as Hamlet himself entered the lobby at that moment, his eyes fixed on the open book he held in his hand. "Away, I do beseech you, both away!" cried Polonius eagerly. "I will speak to him. How does my good lord Hamlet?" he added suavely as Hamlet approached. "Will God have mercy," said Hamlet, in a voice of vacant indifference. "Do you know me, my lord?" said Polonius, still in the same coaxing tone. The young prince lifted his listless eyes from his book and surveyed the old man. "Excellent well. You are a fishmonger." "Not I, my lord," said Polonius, rather taken aback. "Then I would you were so honest a man." "Honest, my lord?" "Aye, sir. To be honest, as this world goes, is to be one man picked out of 10,000. "That's very true, my lord," Polonius was forced to agree. He had not come off very well in his first encounter of wits, but he resolved to make a further attempt. Hamlet had now returned to his book. "What do you read, my lord?" "Words, words, words," said the young prince wearily. "What is the matter, my lord?" "Between who?" "I mean, the matter that you read, my lord." "Slanders, sir," said Hamlet, looking full at him and pretending to point to a passage in the book. "For the satirical rogue says here that old men have grey beards, that their faces are wrinkled, and that they have a plentiful lack of wit, together with most weak limbs. All which, sir, though I most powerfully and potently believe, yet I hold it not honesty to have it thus set down. For yourself, sir, should be as old as I am, if, like a crab, you could go backward." "Though this be madness, yet there is method in it," said Polonius aside. "Will you walk out of the air, my lord?" "Into my grave." "Indeed, that is out of the air," remarked Polonius, struck by the wisdom of Hamlet's replies. "Well, I will leave him, and suddenly contrive the means of meeting between him and my daughter. My honourable lord, I will most humbly take my leave of you." "You cannot, sir, take from me anything that I will more willingly part withal," said Hamlet, bowing low with exaggerated courtesy. Then, as he turned away, the satire in his voice changed to a note of hopeless despair. "Except my life, Except my life, he ended with almost a groan. Fare you well, my lord, said Polonius, and as he fussily took himself off, Hamlet muttered under his breath, those tedious old fools. Hamlet, for his own purpose, had chosen to amuse himself at the expense of the pompous old chamberlain. But directly Rosencrantz and Guildenstern appeared, he was again himself, and the warm-hearted friend of old days. He greeted them with the utmost cordiality, and nothing could have exceeded the gracious charm of his manner. If only they had met him with the same frank candour, all would have been well. But his quick penetration soon discovered from their expression that there was something in the background, and he presently made them confess that their visit to Elsinore had not been prompted solely by the desire to see Hamlet, but that they had been sent for by the king and queen. When Hamlet won from them reluctantly this admission, his trust in them fled, and he determined to be on his guard with them. He told them he could tell why they had been sent for, and thus they need not fear betraying any secret of the king and queen. I have of late, but wherefore I know not, lost all my mirth, foregone all custom of exercises, he said. And indeed it goes so heavily with my disposition that this goodly frame, the earth, seems to me a sterile promontory, this most excellent canopy, the air, look you, this brave o'erhanging firmament, this majestical roof fretted with golden fire. Why, it appears no other thing to me than a foul and pestilent congregation of vapours. What a piece of work is man! How noble in reason! How infinite in faculty! In form and moving, how express and admirable! In action, how like an angel! In apprehension, how like a god! The beauty of the world, the paragon of animals. And yet, to me, what is this quintessence of dust? Man delights not me. No, nor woman either, though by your smiling you seem to say so. My lord, there was no such stuff in my thoughts, said Rosencrantz. Why did you laugh then, when I said, man delights not me? Rosencrantz answered that he was only thinking, if Hamlet delighted not in man, what sorry entertainment the band of players would receive whom they had overtaken on the way to Elsinore. Hamlet replied that they would all be welcome, and asked what players they were. Even those you were wont to take such delight in, the tragedians of the city, answered Rosencrantz. Hamlet's interest was at once aroused, and he was discussing the subject of the players and the reason why they were forced to travel, instead of keeping to their old position in the city, when a flourish of trumpets announced they had arrived. Before Rosencrantz and Guildenstern left him, Hamlet spoke a parting word to them. Gentlemen, you are welcome, he said courteously. Your hands, come then. For they would merely have bowed respectfully. You are welcome, but my uncle father and aunt mother are deceived. In what, my dear lord? Asked Guildenstern. I am but mad north-northwest, said Hamlet gravely. When the wind is southerly, I know a hawk from a handsaw. Hamlet's speech may or may not have puzzled the young men to whom it was addressed, but all the same it was excellent good sense, and meant that he was in full possession of his faculties. His metaphor was taken from the old sport of hawking. The word handsaw is a local corruption for heron. The heron, when pursued, flew with the wind. Therefore, when the wind was from the north, it flew towards the south. As the sun is in this quarter during the morning, when the sport generally took place, it would be difficult to distinguish the two birds when looking towards this dazzling light. On the other hand, when the wind was southerly, the heron flew towards the north, and, with his back to the sun, the spectator could easily tell which was the hawk and which was the heron. By his speech, therefore, Hamlet meant to imply that his intelligence was just as keen as that of other people. Old Polonius now entered in a state of great excitement to announce the arrival of the players. The best actors in the world, as he expressed it, either for tragedy, comedy, history, pastoral, pastoral comical, historical pastoral, tragical historical, tragical comical, historical pastoral, scene indivisible, or poem unlimited. Seneca cannot be too heavy, nor Plautus too light. For the law of writ and the liberty, these are the only men. You are welcome, masters, welcome all, said the young prince, with his ready courtesy. I am glad to see you well. Welcome, good friends. And for each one he had some kindly word of greeting and remembrance. Then he bade them give at once a specimen of their powers, and as a proof of the breadth of Hamlet's nature and the wideness of his sympathies, may be noted the fact that he was as much at home in discussing stage matters with the players as in musing over deep philosophies of life by himself. He recalled to their memory a play which had formerly struck his fancy, though it had never been acted, or, if it were, not above once, for it was too refined for the taste of the million, caviar to the general, as Hamlet expressed it. Hamlet himself recited a speech from this play with excellent taste and elocution, and the chief player continued the touching passage with much pathos. Noting the effect that the player's mimic passion had on the spectators, a sudden idea came to Hamlet, and when the other actors were dismissed in the charge of the fussy Polonius, he kept back the first player to speak a few words to him. "We'll have a play tomorrow," he said. "Dost thou hear me, old friend? Can you play the murder of Gonzago?" "Aye, my lord." "We'll have it tomorrow night. You could, for a need, study a speech of some 12 or 16 lines, which I would set down and insert in it, could you not?" "Aye, my lord." "Very well. Follow that lord, and, look you, mock him not," said Hamlet, sending him to rejoin his companions. Left alone, a bitter feeling of disgust at his own weakness and irresolution seized Hamlet. The sight of this actor's passion and despair over the fate of an entirely imaginary person made him realize his own lack of duty with regard to his father. Here was a king who had been most cruelly murdered, and his son did nothing to avenge his loss, but, like John a Dreams, idle of his cause, a dull, spiritless rascal, he simply wasted his time in brooding and said nothing. His wrath against his uncle blazed up again with sudden fury, and all his thoughts turned to vengeance. But he checked his exclamations to plan practical measures. "About my brain, I have heard that guilty creatures, sitting at a play, have by the very cunning of the scene been struck so to the soul that presently they have proclaimed their ill deeds. For murder, though it have no tongue, will speak in most miraculous fashion. I'll have these players play something like the murder of my father before mine uncle. I'll observe his looks. I'll tent him to the quick. If he but blench, I know my course. The spirit that I have seen may be the devil, and the devil hath power to assume a pleasing shape. I'll have grounds more relative than this," concluded Hamlet, touching the tablets on which he had inscribed the message from the ghost. "The play's the thing wherein I'll catch the conscience of the king." End of section 36. Recording by Perry Letson. Section 37 of the Shakespeare Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Perry Letson. The Shakespeare Storybook by Mary MacLeod. Hamlet, Part 3, The Mousetrap. Next day, in accordance with their scheme, the king and Polonius hid themselves behind the arras to listen to the interview between Hamlet and Ophelia. Hamlet, as usual, was meditating deeply on the problems of life, when Ophelia approached and offered to restore to him some gifts which he had given her in happier days. In the sudden tragedy which had overwhelmed Hamlet's whole being, his love for Ophelia seemed something very far away, but the old tenderness was always struggling to assert itself. He tried, however, to force it down, and even assumed an air of harsh indifference, which almost broke Ophelia's heart. In apparently wild and rambling words, but really deeply penetrated with pity, he gave her to understand that all thoughts of marriage between them must now be over, and bade the young girl get to a nunnery, and that quickly, too. The hollowness and hypocrisy that he saw all around him goaded his spirit almost beyond endurance, and now another blow to his belief in human nature was to be struck. When Polonius hid himself behind the arras, it is doubtful whether Ophelia knew he was there, or, in the excitement of the moment, she may possibly have forgotten the fact. Anyhow, when Hamlet suddenly asked her, "Where's your father?" she answered, "At home, my lord." But her reply filled Hamlet with fresh scorn for the apparent insincerity of this innocent young girl. He had seen the arras stir, and Polonius's old grey head peep out. He naturally thought that Ophelia was in league with the rest of the world to spy upon him and deceive him. "Let the doors be shut upon him, that he may play the fool nowhere but in his own house," he said, in clear, cutting accents, when he heard Ophelia's response. "Farewell." "Oh, help him, you sweet heavens," murmured Ophelia. It seemed quite evident to her that the unfortunate young prince had lost his reason. "If thou dost marry, I'll give thee this plague for thy dowry," cried Hamlet wildly. "Be thou as chaste as ice, as pure as snow, thou shalt not escape calumny. Get thee to a nunnery. Go. Farewell." "O heavenly powers, restore him," prayed Ophelia again. "I have heard of your paintings, too, well enough," continued Hamlet, with increasing violence. "God hath given you one face, and you make yourselves another. You jig, you amble, and you lisp, and nickname God's creatures. Go to, I'll no more on it. It hath made me mad. I say, we will have no more marriages. Those that are married already, all but one," here he looked darkly towards the arras, where he knew the king was concealed with Polonius, "shall live. The rest shall keep as they are. To a nunnery, go!" And with a furious gesture of dismissal, Hamlet hurried from the room. "Oh, what a noble mind is here o'erthrown!" sighed Ophelia piteously. "The courtiers, soldiers, scholars, eye, tongue, sword, the expectancy and rose of the fair state, the glass of fashion and the mould of form, the observed of all observers quite down. And I, of ladies most deject and wretched, that sucked the honey of his music vows, now see that noble and most sovereign reason like sweet bells jangled, out of tune and harsh. Oh, woe is me, to have seen what I have seen, see what I see." While Ophelia was musing thus sadly, the king and Polonius stepped from their hiding-place. The king was not at all satisfied that Polonius was right in his surmise that Hamlet had lost his reason because of Ophelia's rejected love. "Love? His affections do not tend that way," he said decidedly. Nor was what he spoke, though it lacked form a little, like madness. There is something in his soul over which his melancholy sits brooding, and I fear the result will be some danger. To prevent this, I have determined that he shall depart with speed for England, to demand there our neglected tribute. Haply the sea and the sight of foreign countries will expel this settled matter in his heart, about which his brains, always beating, makes him thus unlike himself. Polonius agreed that it would be a good plan to send Hamlet to England, though he would not give up his idea that the origin and commencement of Hamlet's grief sprang from neglected love. He further suggested that after the play the Queen should have an interview alone with Hamlet, and try to get from him the cause of his grief, and that Polonius himself should be placed where he could hear their conference. If the Queen cannot discover the cause, send him to England, or confine him where your wisdom shall think best, he concluded. It shall be so, declared the king. Madness in great ones must not go unwatched. The play on which so much depended was now to be performed. Hamlet had inserted some speeches of his own, and before the performance began he gave some excellent advice to the players on the art of acting. While they were making ready, Hamlet had a few private words with Horatio. In the midst of the trouble and turmoil of his own soul, his fretted spirit turned with deep affection to the quiet strength of this faithful friend. Give me that man that is not passion's slave, and I will wear him in my heart's core, aye, in my heart of heart, as I do thee, he said tenderly to Horatio. He had already confided to him what the ghost had related, and now he told him that he had laid a trap to discover if what it said were true. One scene in the play was to represent closely the circumstances of his father's death, and he begged Horatio, when that act came, to observe the king with all the power of his soul. If his guilt did not reveal itself at one speech, then the ghost must have spoken falsely, and Hamlet's own imagination was black and wicked. Give him heedful note, he said, for I will rivet my eyes to his face, and afterwards we will compare our impressions in judging his appearance. Well, my lord, if he steal anything whilst this play is playing, and escape detection, I will pay the theft, said Horatio, meaning by this that his watch would never waver. They are coming to the play. I must be idle. Get you a place, said Hamlet. The music of the Danish royal march was heard. There was a flourish of trumpets, and, attended by the full court, the king and queen entered the great hall of the castle. Old Polonius marshalled them, bowing backwards before them. Ophelia followed in the train of the queen. Rosencrantz and Guildenstern, with other attendant lords, were there, and guards carried torches to light up the scene. The king and queen took their seats on thrones provided for them at one side of the stage. Ophelia sat in a chair opposite. Horatio took up his stand at the back of Ophelia's chair, where, unnoticed himself, he could watch the king's face. And Hamlet, who on their entrance had immediately assumed his air of madness, flung himself on the ground at Ophelia's feet. The play began. First, the scene was given in dumb show. It represented a king and queen who were apparently very affectionate together. Presently the king lay down on a bank of flowers, and the queen, seeing him asleep, left him. Soon another man came in, who took off the king's crown, kissed it, poured poison into the sleeper's ear, and went off. The queen returned, found the king dead, and showed passionate signs of grief. The poisoner came back, seemed to lament with her. The body of the dead king was carried away. Then the poisoner wooed the queen with gifts. She seemed for a while loath and unwilling, but in the end accepted his love. Claudius, at the sight of this scene, betrayed many signs of secret uneasiness. but he made no open remark, and the other spectators were too intent on the play to notice him. Only Horatio, from his place opposite, kept careful watch, and Hamlet, lying on the ground, quivering with excitement, never took his eyes from the guilty man's face. The Queen and Ophelia looked on with rather languid interest. "What means this, my lord?" asked Ophelia, when the dumb show had come to an end. "Marry, this is miching mallecho. It means mischief," said Hamlet. "Belike this show imports the argument of the play," said Ophelia, which indeed proved to be the case. Now the real players came on, who had to speak, and the action followed the same lines as the dumb show, the player queen pouring forth boundless expressions of devotion to her husband. "Madam, how like you this play?" asked Hamlet presently, when a pause occurred. "The lady doth protest too much, methinks," said the Queen. "Oh, but she'll keep her word," said Hamlet, with biting sarcasm. "Have you heard the argument? Is there no offence in it?" asked the King uneasily. "No, no, they do but jest. Poison in jest. No offence in the world," returned Hamlet, looking at him with strange malice in his eyes. The King winced, but tried to appear unconcerned. "What do you call the play?" "The Mousetrap." "Marry, how?" "Tropically," continued Hamlet, still in the same wild manner. "This play is the image of a murder done in Vienna. Gonzago is the Duke's name, his wife Baptista. You shall see anon. 'Tis a knavish piece of work, but what of that? Your Majesty, and we that have free souls, it touches us not. Let the galled jade wince. Our withers are unwrung." The King grew more and more disturbed. He cast uneasy glances at the play, made a half-movement to rise, and checked himself. As the play went on, Hamlet could scarcely control his excitement. The players were now reciting the speeches he had written. The young prince muttered the words with them in a rapid undertone. When one of the characters poured the poison into the player king's ear, Hamlet burst out again into fierce speech, his voice rising shriller and higher. "He poisons him in the garden for his estate. His name's Gonzago. The story is extant, and written in very choice Italian. You shall see anon how the murderer gets the love of Gonzago's wife." Hamlet, in his excitement, had dragged himself across the floor till he was at the foot of the throne. The King, seeing the mimic representation of his own crime, started up in guilty terror. "The King rises!" exclaimed Ophelia. "What? Frighted with false fire?" shouted Hamlet in bitter derision, and with a harsh cry of triumph he sprang to his feet and flung himself into the throne which the King had left vacant. All was now confusion. The King and Queen hurriedly retired. Their courtiers thronged after them, and Hamlet and Horatio were left alone in the deserted hall. Hamlet broke into a wild snatch of song. "Why, let the stricken deer go weep, the heart ungalled play, for some must watch while some must sleep, so runs the world away." "Oh, good Horatio, I'll take the ghost's word for 1,000 pounds. Didst perceive? Very well, my lord. Upon the talk of the poisoning, I did very well note him." It was not likely that Hamlet's behaviour would be let pass without remark, and presently the two obsequious courtiers, Rosencrantz and Guildenstern, came to summon him to the presence of the Queen. They brought word that the King was in his own room, marvellously upset with rage, and that the Queen, in great affliction of spirit, had sent them to say to Hamlet that his behaviour had struck her into amazement and astonishment, and that she desired to speak with him in her room before he went to bed. Hamlet replied he would obey, but on Rosencrantz and Guildenstern's further attempting to discover from him the cause of his strange behaviour, He retorted by asking the two young men what they meant by treating him in the way they did, which was as if they were trying to drive him into some snare. "Oh, my lord, if my duty be too bold, my love is too unmannerly," answered Guildenstern. "I do not well understand that," said Hamlet, and it may be doubted if the speaker himself knew what he meant by his silly words. But the young prince determined to give the couple a lesson, and show them he was not quite the witless creature they seemed to imagine. A few minutes before he had called for music and ordered some recorders to be brought. The recorder was a small musical instrument, something like a flute. On the attendants bringing them, Hamlet took one and held it out to Guildenstern. "Will you play upon this pipe?" he asked him courteously. "My lord, I cannot." "I pray you," he begged. "Believe me, I cannot. I do beseech you." "I know no touch of it, my lord." "'Tis as easy as lying," said Hamlet. "Govern these holes with your finger and thumb, give it breath with your mouth, and it will discourse most eloquent music. Look you, these are the stops. But these cannot I command to any utterance of harmony. I have not the skill," declared Guildenstern. "Why, look you, how unworthy a thing you would make of me," said Hamlet, his persuasive voice changing to sudden sternness. "You would play upon me. You would seem to know my stop. You would pluck out the heart of my mystery. You would sound me from my lowest note to the top of my compass. And there is much music, excellent voice in this little organ, yet you cannot make it speak. Do you think I am easier to be played on than a pipe? Call me what instrument you will. Though you can fret me, yet you cannot play upon me." The pipe snapped in his slender fingers as he tossed it contemptuously away, and the two young men stood crestfallen and abashed before his noble scorn. It was no repentant and shamefaced son that entered the Queen's room that night. Hamlet had steeled his heart to do what he considered his duty, and tell his mother the truth. He would speak daggers, though he used none. He would reveal to her the true character of the man she had taken for her second husband. When, therefore, the Queen, in accordance with Polonius's advice, began to take him roundly to task for his strange behavior, he retorted in such a strange and even menacing manner that she was quite alarmed and shouted for help. Polonius, hidden behind the arras, echoed her cry. Hamlet, thinking it was the king, and that the hour for vengeance had come, drew his sword. "How now, a rat? Dead for a ducat, dead!" he exclaimed, and made a pass through the arras. There was a cry from behind. "Oh, I am slain!" and the fall of a heavy body. "Oh me, what hast thou done?" exclaimed the Queen. "Nay, I know not. Is it the king?" said Hamlet in a harsh whisper. "Oh, what a rash and bloody deed is this!" moaned the Queen, wringing her hands in dismay. "A bloody deed, almost as bad, good mother, as kill a king and marry with his brother," said Hamlet solemnly. "As kill a king?" echoed the Queen, astounded. "Aye, lady, it was my word." Hamlet lifted the arras, and found that, after all, it was not the guilty murderer whom he had hoped to punish, but the meddlesome old chamberlain who had fallen a victim to his sudden impulse. His task of vengeance still had to be accomplished. "Thou wretched, rash, intruding fool, farewell," said the young prince, gazing at him sorrowfully. "I took thee for thy better. Take thy fortune. Thou find'st to be too busy is some danger." Thus the officious old man's prying ways met their punishment, and Hamlet's lack of resolution, too, brought its penalty. For if he had the strength of will to carry out what he believed to be his duty, he would not have thus trusted to the blind impulse of the moment, and a comparatively innocent life would not have been sacrificed. But he had matters too important waiting to spare much time for regret. Letting the arras fall on the henceforth silent prattler, Hamlet turned to his mother. In the most forcible manner he pointed out to the Queen how blameworthy had been her conduct. In vivid language he sketched a portrait of her two husbands, showing how noble had been the one brother and how contemptible was the other. What strange delusion could have cheated the Queen, after knowing her first husband, to have married such a wretched being as Claudius? "O Hamlet, speak no more," implored the Queen. "These words, like daggers, enter in mine ears. No more, sweet Hamlet." "A murderer and a villain," continued Hamlet, with increasing scorn and vehemence. "A slave that is not the 20th part the tithe of your former lord. A buffoon king, a cutpurse of the empire and the sceptre, who from the shelf the precious diadem stole and put it in his pocket." "No more," besought the Queen. "A king of shreds and patches." Hamlet's torrent of wrath died on his lips. Before him stood once more the spirit of his father, gazing at him with calm, rebuking eyes. "Save me, and hover o'er me with your wings, you heavenly guards," murmured the young prince in an awestruck whisper. "What would your gracious figure?" The vision apparent to Hamlet was not visible to the Queen. She saw only the sudden change that had come to her son, and the rapt look on his face. "Alas, he's mad," she sighed. "Do you not come your tardy son to chide?" continued Hamlet, still in the same hushed voice. "Who, lost in time and passion, lets go by the important acting of thy dread command? Oh, say!" The ghost replied that his visit was indeed to whet his son's almost blunted purpose. But now he bade Hamlet note how startled and amazed the Queen was, and told him to speak to her and soothe her. "How is it with you, lady?" said Hamlet absently. "Alas, how is it with you?" retorted the Queen. For to her it seemed that Hamlet was looking at vacancy and holding converse with the empty air. "Whereon do you look?" "On him, on him! Look you, how pale he glares! Do you see nothing there?" "Nothing at all, yet all that is I see." "Nor did you nothing hear?" "No, nothing but ourselves." "Why, look you there! Look how it steals away! My father in his habit as he lived! Look where he goes even now, out at the portal." The Queen saw nothing of the figure gliding away, and told Hamlet that it must be the coinage of his brain, the sort of delusion which madness was very cunning in. "Madness!" echoed Hamlet, and he bade his mother note that his pulse beat as calmly as her own, and that it was not madness which he uttered. Bring him to the test, he said, and he would reword the matter, which madness could not do. In short, his words were so convincing that the Queen could no longer refuse to believe them. Before they parted, she promised to adopt a very different mode of behaviour from her usual pleasure-loving frivolity, and not to allow herself to be persuaded by the crafty Claudius that anything her son might say or do arose from madness. "I must to England, you know that?" asked Hamlet. "Alack, I had forgotten. It is so arranged," said the Queen. "There are letters sealed," said Hamlet, "and my two schoolfellows, whom I will trust as I will adders fanged, they bear the mandate. Let the knavery work, for 'tis sport to have the engineer hoist with his own petard, and it shall go hard, but I will delve 1 yard below their minds, and blow them at the moon." End of section 37. Recording by Perry Letson. Section 38 of the Shakespeare Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Perry Letson. The Shakespeare Storybook by Mary MACLEOD. Hamlet, Part 4. Rosemary for Remembrance. Hamlet's suspicions with regard to fresh villainy on the part of the king were justified. Claudius dared not do any harm to the young prince in his own country, for he was greatly beloved by the people. On the plea, therefore, that it was for the benefit of his health, he was dispatched to England. But letters were given to Rosencrantz and Guildenstern, who accompanied him, commanding that on his arrival the prince should be instantly beheaded. Suspecting treachery, Hamlet managed to get possession of these letters, and in their place he put others, written by himself, in which the English government was begged, as a favor to Denmark, to put the bearers to death. Thus Rosencrantz and Guildenstern fell victims to their own treachery, and met the fate to which they were shamelessly conducting their old schoolfellow. The day after the changing of the letters, their ship was chased by pirates. Finding they were too slow of sail to escape, they made a valiant resistance. In the grapple, Hamlet boarded the pirates' vessel. At that very instant the ships got clear, so he alone became their prisoner. They treated him well, knowing who he was, and expecting to get a good reward. And not long after he had left Denmark, Hamlet set foot again in his own country. He did not at first announce his return to the king and queen, but sent a message privately to Horatio, who at once hastened to him. During his absence from Denmark, a sad thing had happened. Poor Ophelia, overwhelmed by all the sorrows that had fallen on her, had lost her reason. Hamlet's strange behavior had been the first shock, and on her father's sudden death and Hamlet's departure for England, the slender strength snapped utterly, and the young girl was carried away in the full flood of calamity. Ever sweet and gentle as she had been all her life, Ophelia was so still. There was no violence or malice in her malady. She was indeed distracted with grief, and spoke strange words. But when allowed her own way, she went harmlessly about, only decking herself with flowers, and singing sweet and touching snatches of quaint old songs. The king and queen were deeply grieved at this new misfortune that had fallen on their young favorite, for the queen, at least, loved her tenderly. They had also grounds for uneasiness concerning themselves. Disquieting rumors began to be current. Rather foolishly, they had tried to hush up the cause of Polonius's death, and had had him hurriedly interred, without proper rites or ceremony. His son Laertes had come secretly from France, and tittle-tattlers were not lacking to pour into his ears malicious reports of his father's death. Finally, there was an attempt at insurrection. Laertes went to the palace, followed by a riotous mob, shouting, "Laertes shall be king! Laertes king!" They broke down the doors, overcame the guard, and Laertes forced his way into the presence of the king and queen. "O thou vile king, give me my father," he demanded with a menacing gesture. "Calmly, good Laertes," implored the queen, while the king, with all the subtle art in which he was so skilled, tried to soothe the infuriated young man, and asked him why he was so incensed. "How came he dead? I'll not be juggled with," cried Laertes fiercely, flinging off all semblance of allegiance. "Let come what comes, only I'll be revenged most thoroughly for my father." "Who shall stay you?" asked the king mildly. "My will, not all the world," retorted Laertes roughly. "And for my means, I'll husband them so well they shall go far with little." The king was just explaining that he was in no sense guilty of Polonius's death, when there was a stir at the door, and the next moment Ophelia entered. At the sight of the beautiful young maiden, in her simple white robe, her long yellow locks floating free on her shoulders, her sweet blue eyes open wide in vacant gaze, a sudden check came to the young man's violence. "O Rose of May, dear maid, kind sister, sweet Ophelia," he murmured with tenderest pity. "O heavens! Is it possible a young maid's wits should be as mortal as an old man's life?" Ophelia carried flowers in her hand, and she came in singing and talking to herself. "They bore him barefaced on the bier, hey non nani nani hey nani, and in his grave rained many a tear. Fare you well, my dove. Hadst thou thy wits, and didst persuade revenge, it could not move thus," said Laertes. Ophelia now began to distribute the flowers she held in her hand. First she gave some to her brother. "There's rosemary, that's for remembrance. Pray, love, remember. And there is pansies, that's for thoughts." "A document in madness, thoughts and remembrance fitted," said Laertes. "There's fennel for you, and columbines," said Ophelia to the king. "Fennel is an emblem of flattery, and columbines of thanklessness. There's rue for you," to the queen, "and here's some for me. We may call it herb of grace on Sundays. Oh, you must wear your rue with a difference. There's a daisy. I would give you some violets, but they withered all when my father died. They say he made a good end. For bonny sweet Robin is all my joy." Thought and affliction, passion, hell itself, she turns to favour and to prettiness, said Laertes, as smiling, and kissing her hand, the poor wit-bereft maiden went singing on her way. His desire for vengeance was redoubled, and he resolved that his sister's madness should be dearly paid for. He therefore lent a ready ear when the king declared that the blame of everything that had happened was due to Hamlet, explaining that he had been unable to punish him up to the present, owing to the intense love borne him by his mother and all the people. Even as they were talking, arrived a letter from Hamlet himself. It ran thus: "High and mighty, you shall know I am set naked on your kingdom. Tomorrow shall I beg leave to see your kingly eyes, when I shall, first asking your pardon thereunto, recount the occasion of my sudden and more strange return. Hamlet." Hamlet's return happened most aptly, and the king immediately suggested a plan whereby Laertes could gratify his vengeance without fear of being found out. While Laertes had been in France, he had been greatly talked about for his skill in fencing, and a Norman gentleman who had come to the Danish court brought a marvellous report of his prowess in the use of the rapier. This account filled Hamlet with envy. He was himself a master in the art of fencing, and he longed for Laertes to come back and try a match with him. The king now proposed that Laertes should challenge Hamlet to a trial of skill. He, being heedless, most generous, and free from all contriving, will not look closely at the foils, continued the king cunningly, so that with ease, or with a little shuffling, you may choose a sword unbaited, and in a pass of practice requite him for your father. Laertes not only consented to this dastardly scheme, he went a step further and declared that he would anoint the point of the rapier with some poison so mortal that no remedy in all the world could save from death the thing that was but scratched with it. he would touch the point of this sword with this poison, so that if he wounded Hamlet ever so slightly, it would be death. In addition to this, in case Hamlet should escape unhurt from the fencing, the king said he would have a chalice near with poisoned wine, so that if he grew thirsty and called for drink, he would meet his death in that manner. Their further plotting was interrupted by the queen, who came hurrying in with further tidings of woe. Ophelia was drowned. "Drowned? Oh, where?" cried Laertes. "There is a willow grows aslant a brook that shows his hoar leaves in the glassy stream," began the queen. And she told how Ophelia, having woven many fantastic garlands of wild flowers, had clambered into this tree to hang her wreaths on the drooping boughs, when a branch broke, and Ophelia and her trophies fell into the brook. There, for a while, her clothes bore her up, and she floated down the current, still singing snatches of old tunes. But before she could be rescued, the weight of her garments, heavy with the water, dragged her down to death. Laertes could not restrain his tears when he heard of the loss of his dear sister. But the king guessed that his rage would soon start up with fresh fury, and he resolved not to lose sight of the young man till his scheme of vengeance was accomplished. End of section 38. Recording by Perry Letson. Section 39 of the Shakespeare Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Perry Letson. The Shakespeare Storybook by Mary MACLEOD. Hamlet, Part 5. The King's Wager. In the churchyard at Elsinore, two men were digging a grave. As they worked, they talked, and the elder one expounded the law to his young assistant. The former asked if the person for whom they were digging the grave was to be buried in Christian burial. "I tell thee she is," said the second man, "and therefore make her grave straight. The crowner hath sat on her, and finds it Christian burial." "How can that be, unless she drowned herself in her own defence?" argued the first grave digger. "Why, 'tis found so," answered the second. "Here lies the point," persisted the first, who dearly loved an argument. "If I drown myself wittingly, it argues an act, and an act hath three branches. It is to act, to do, and to perform. Argal, she drowned herself unwittingly." "Nay, but hear you, good man. Delver—" "Give me leave," interposed the other, with his air of superiority. "Here lies the water. Good. Here stands the man. Good. If the man go to this water and drown himself, it is, will he, nil he goes. Mark you that. But if the water come to him and drown him, he drowns not himself. Argal, he that is not guilty of his own death shortens not his own life." "But is this the law?" asked the second rustic, rubbing his bewildered pate. "Ay, marry, is it. Crowner's quest law," returned the other decisively. Having sufficiently impressed his companion by his display of superior knowledge, the first grave-digger dispatched him for a stoup of liquor, and continued his toil alone, singing to himself as he did so. Two newcomers had in the meanwhile entered the churchyard. These were Hamlet and Horatio. Hamlet was struck by the utter insensibility of the man, who callously pursued his mournful task, and shovelled earth and human bones alike aside with the most complete indifference. To Hamlet, the sight of these poor human remains awakened many reflections, and in his usual fashion, He began to ponder over them and speculate what had formerly been the destiny, possibly a brilliant and distinguished one, of the skulls which were now knocked about so disrespectfully. Presently he spoke to the man and asked whose grave he was digging, and with the exercise of much patient good humour was at last able to extract the information that it was for one that was a woman, but rest her soul, she's dead. "How long have you been a grave digger?" was his next question. "Of all the days in the year, I came to it that day that our last king Hamlet overcame Fortinbras." "How long is that since?" "Cannot you tell that?" "Every fool can tell that," was the civil answer. "It was the very day young Hamlet was born, he that is mad and sent into England." "Ay, marry, why was he sent into England?" inquired Hamlet. "Why, because he was mad. He shall recover his wits there, or if he do not, it's no great matter there." "Why?" "It will not be seen in him there. There the men are as mad as he." "How came he mad?" "Very strangely, they say." "How strangely?" "Faith, e'en with losing his wits." "Upon what ground?" "Why, here in Denmark," said the rustic, misunderstanding the question. "I have been sexton here, man and boy, 30 years." He next threw up with his spade a skull, which he said had been that of Yorick, the king's jester. "Let me see," said Hamlet, taking it gently into his hands. "Alas, poor Yorick! I knew him, Horatio, a fellow of infinite jest, of most excellent fancy. He hath borne me on his back 1,000 times. Here hung the lips that I have kissed, I know not how oft. Where be your jibes now, your gambols, your songs, your flashes of merriment that were wont to set the table on a roar? Not one now to mock your own grinning, quite chapfallen. Now get you to my lady's chamber, and tell her, let her paint an inch thick, to this favour she must come, make her laugh at that." Hamlet's meditations were interrupted by the arrival of the funeral procession, which now entered the churchyard. After the bier walked Laertes as chief mourner, and the king and queen followed with their attendants. Hamlet and Horatio, who had retired on the approach of the mourners, did not at first know who was about to be buried, but when the bier was lowered into the grave, Hamlet knew from the words spoken by Laertes that it was no other than the fair Ophelia. "Sweets to the sweet, farewell," said the queen, scattering flowers. "I hope thou shouldst have been my Hamlet's wife. I thought thy bride bed to have decked, sweet maid, and not have strewed thy grave." "Hold off the earth awhile, till I have caught her once more in my arms," cried Laertes, and leaping into the grave, he shouted wildly to them to pile their dust on the living and the dead. "What is he whose grief bears such an emphasis?" cried Hamlet, coming forward. "This is I, Hamlet the Dane." And he, too, leaped into the grave. At the sight of the young prince, all Laertes' wrath blazed up in full fury. He sprang on him and grappled with him, almost throttling him. Hamlet, thus attacked, bade Laertes hold off his hand, for though not hot-tempered and rash, yet he had something dangerous in him which it would be wise to fear. The attendants parted the incensed young men, and they came out of the grave, but they still regarded each other with looks of defiance. "Why, I will fight with him upon this theme until my eyelids will no longer wag," said Hamlet. "Oh, my son, what theme?" asked the queen. "I loved Ophelia," said Hamlet. 40,000 brothers could not, with all their quantity of love, make up my sum." In Laertes' own style of exaggeration, Hamlet hurled forth a fiery challenge, and then, with sudden self-contempt, he ended in half-sad irony. "Nay, and thou'lt mouth, I'll rant as well as thou. The next day Hamlet and Horatio were walking in the hall of the castle, when a very elegant and affected young Danish nobleman approached, and with many bows and flourishes delivered his message, which was a challenge from Laertes to a fencing match. The king had laid a heavy wager on Hamlet, 6 Barbary horses against 6 French rapiers and poniards, that in a dozen passes Laertes would not exceed Hamlet 3 hits. "Sir, I will walk here in the hall," answered Hamlet, "if it please his majesty. It is the breathing time of day with me. Let the foils be brought, the gentleman willing. If the king hold his purpose, I will win for him if I can. If not, I will gain nothing but my shame and the odd hits." "You will lose this wager, my lord," said Horatio, when young Osric, with a final sweeping bow of his plumed cap, had retired. "I do not think so," said Hamlet. "Since he went into France, I have been in continual practice. I shall win at the odds. But thou wouldst not think how ill all's here about my heart. But it is no matter." "Nay, good my lord, it is but foolery, but it is such a kind of gain-giving as would perhaps trouble a woman. If your mind dislike anything, obey it. I will go and tell them you are not fit. Not a whit. We defy augury. There is special providence in the fall of a sparrow. If it be now, 'tis not to come. If it be not to come, it will be now. If it be not now, yet it will come. The readiness is all. Since no man has aught of what he leaves, what is it to leave betimes? Let be." Now entered the king and queen, Laertes, Osric, and other lords, attendants with foils and gauntlets, and servants carrying a table with flagons of wine on it. "Come, Hamlet, come, and take this hand from me," said the king, putting Laertes' hand into Hamlet's. With his customary sweetness of disposition, Hamlet courteously apologized to Laertes for any wrong he might have done him, saying that it was only due to the excitement of the moment. Laertes accepted his offered friendship, but with little grace. Then the foils were brought, and while Hamlet, utterly unsuspicious, made his choice, Laertes, with some shuffling, managed to secure the foil he wanted, with the button off, and anointed its point with venom. The king ordered the goblets of wine to be set in readiness, and commanded that if Hamlet gave the first or second hit, a salute should be fired from the guns on the battlements. Then, with hypocritical friendliness, he pretended, in honor of Hamlet, to drop a pearl of great value into the goblet. But it was in reality some deadly poison. At first the fencers seemed pretty evenly matched, but Hamlet secured the first hit. The king drank to his health, the trumpets sounded, and cannon were fired outside. The king sent a little page with the cup of wine to Hamlet, but the prince said he would play the next bout first, and bade the boy set it by a while. Again they played. "Another hit! What say you?" Hamlet appealed to the judges. A touch, I do confess," agreed Laertes. "Our son shall win," said the deceitful king. "The queen carouses to thy fortune, Hamlet," said his mother. "Gertrude, do not drink!" But it was too late. Before Claudius could prevent her, she had lifted to her lips the cup of poisoned wine, which the little page had placed on a table beside her. The third bout of fencing began, and this time it was more vigorous than before, for Hamlet reproached Laertes for not putting forth his full powers. A feeling of shame had doubtless hitherto restrained Laertes, and he felt that what he was going to do was almost against his conscience. Nevertheless, he now thrust in good earnest. He wounded Hamlet, but in the scuffle his rapier flew out of his hand. Hamlet tossed his own weapon to Laertes and picked up the poisoned one which had fallen to the ground. The struggle was resumed, and this time Hamlet wounded Laertes. The match begun in play was becoming serious. "Part them! They are incensed!" cried the king. "Nay, come again," said Hamlet. "Look to the queen there, ho!" called out Osric, for at that moment she fell back, half unconscious. "They bleed on both sides. How is it, my lord?" asked Horatio of Hamlet. "How is it, Laertes?" asked Osric. "Why, as a woodcock to mine own springe, Osric, I am justly punished with mine own treachery." "How does the queen?" asked Hamlet. "She swoons to see them bleed," said the king, anxious to cover up the cause of her death. "No, no, the drink! The drink!" gasped the queen. "Oh, my dear Hamlet, the drink! The drink! I am poisoned." "Oh, villainy! Ho! Let the door be locked! Treachery! Seek it out!" cried Hamlet. Laertes, on the point of death, confessed the whole plot, and Hamlet, stung at last to vengeance, stabbed the wicked king with Laertes' poisoned weapon, which he held in his hand. "He is justly served," said Laertes. "Exchange forgiveness with me, noble Hamlet. Mine and my father's death come not upon thee, nor thine on me." "Heaven make thee free of it," said Hamlet, as the young man fell back motionless. "I follow thee. I am dead, Horatio. Wretched queen, adieu." Horatio, feeling that he no longer cared to live, seized the cup, and would have drunk off what was left of the poisoned wine, but with a last effort of failing strength, Hamlet wrenched the cup out of his hands and dashed it to the ground. Far off in the distance was heard the music of a triumphant march, and learning that it was the youthful Fortinbras returning with conquest from Poland, Hamlet prophesied that he would be elected as the new king, and gave his dying voice for him as his successor. Then murmuring, "The rest is silence," the young prince sank quietly back, with a smile of unearthly radiance on his face. And at last the storm-tossed spirit was at peace. "Now cracks a noble heart," said Horatio in loving farewell. "Good night, sweet prince, and flights of angels sing thee to thy rest." End of section 39. Recording by Perry Letson.
Section 40 of the Shakespeare Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amelia Chesley. The Shakespeare Storybook by Mary MacLeod. King Lear, Part 1. The Dowerless Daughter. Long ago in Britain there lived a certain king called Lear, who had 3 daughters, Goneril, Regan, and Cordelia. The king dearly loved all his daughters, but in especial the youngest one, Cordelia. His eldest daughter, Goneril, was married to the Duke of Albany. Regan was married to the Duke of Cornwall, and the princes of France and Burgundy were rival suitors for the hand of Cordelia. When King Lear grew old, wishing to shake off all cares and business, he decided to divide his kingdom among his children, leaving the largest portion to the one who loved him the most. He therefore bade each one in turn say how much she loved him, and he hoped and fully expected that his favourite Cordelia would prove that her affection was the greatest. Goneril, the eldest, was told to speak first. She at once replied with great glibness that she loved her father more than words could express, dearer than eyesight, space, and liberty, beyond what could be valued, rich or rare, no less than life, with grace, health, beauty, honour, as much as child ever loved, a love that made breath poor and speech powerless, beyond all manner of so much she loved him. Cordelia, hearing this fluent harangue, was quite astounded, for she knew her sister's cold and heartless nature. "What shall Cordelia do? Love and be silent," she said to herself, "for for she did not choose to compete with loud and empty protestations of this kind. King Lear, however, was greatly pleased, and awarded to his son-in-law Albany, as Goneril's dowry, an ample third of his kingdom. Then came Regan's turn. She declared that everything her sister had said she felt exactly in the same manner, only in a larger measure, and she professed that she was an enemy to every joy excepting her father's love. Lear thereupon awarded her another third of his kingdom, equal in size to Goneril's. Lastly he turned to Cordelia, and asked her what she could say to win a third portion of his possessions, richer than her sister's. Cordelia, disgusted at their false hypocrisy, answered simply, "Nothing." "Nothing?" echoed Lear. "Nothing," repeated Cordelia. "Nothing will come of nothing. Speak again," commanded the frowning king. Cordelia answered quietly that she loved her father as a child ought to do. She obeyed, honoured, and loved him as a father. If her sisters pretended that he was everything in the world to them, why had they husbands? Haply when she herself wedded, half her love and duty would go to her husband. She would never marry, if, like her sisters, all her love was still to remain with her father. "Goes thy heart with this?" asked Lear. "Ay, good, my lord," said Cordelia. "So young and so untender?" "So young, my lord, and true," was the steadfast answer. "Let it be so. Thy truth, then, be thy dower," cried Lear, his rage bursting forth in full fury. Always rash and headstrong even in his best days, old age and infirmities had rendered him still more unruly and wayward, and his fits of unreasoning anger were often beyond control. In the most violent language he now denounced Cordelia, utterly disowning her as a daughter, and ordering her out of his sight. He sent to summon the two princes who had made application for her hand, and in the meanwhile divided the remaining portion of his kingdom between Albany and Cornwall, investing them jointly with all the powers of majesty, and declaring that his youngest daughter's pride, which she called candour, should be her only dower. King Lear reserved to himself 100 knights, and retained the name and dignity of a king, but everything else, the sway, the revenue, and the government, he said should belong to his sons-in-law. And to confirm this, he took off his crown and handed it to them to divide between them. At this flagrant injustice of the old king, an honest and loyal courtier, the Earl of Kent, ventured to remonstrate, and braving his master's anger, he pointed out the rash folly of what he was doing, and begged him to reverse his doom. He declared boldly that he would answer for it on his life, if necessary, that Cordelia did not love her father the least of his children. "Kent, on thy life, no more!" threatened the king. "My life I never held but as a pawn to wage against thy enemies," returned Kent fearlessly, "nor fear to lose it, thy safety being the motive." The king, deeply incensed, ordered Kent immediately to quit the kingdom. 5 days were allowed for making preparations. On the 6th he was to depart. If on the 10th day following he were found in the dominions, that moment would be his death. Nothing daunted, the gallant nobleman bade farewell to the king, and turning to Cordelia, he gave her a tender word of blessing. "The gods to their dear shelter take thee, maid, that justly think'st and hast most rightly said." As for Goneril and Regan, he hoped that their lavish speeches would be approved by their deeds, so that good effects might spring from words of love. And so the faithful courtier was driven away in mad folly by the master whom he had served so loyally. The princes of France and Burgundy, who had been summoned, now made their appearance. King Lear first addressed Burgundy, asking him what dowry he required with his youngest daughter. Burgundy replied that he craved no more than what King Lear had already offered her, and he supposed King Lear would not tender less. Lear replied that when Cordelia was dear to him, he held her at that value, but now her price was fallen. If Burgundy liked to take her just as she was, with only the king's displeasure added, she was his. "There she stands, take her or leave her," he ended curtly. Burgundy was not inclined to take Cordelia on these terms, and tried civilly to express his refusal. Lear then turned to the King of France, But to him he said he would not do him so much wrong as to offer him a thing which Lear himself hated, a wretch whom nature was almost ashamed to acknowledge as hers. The King of France replied that it was very strange that she who had been the object of Lear's praise, the comfort of his age, his best, his dearest, should in a trice of time so absolutely forfeit his favour. Surely she must have committed some terrible offence to lose his affection, and this without a miracle he would never believe of her. The King's manly and chivalrous words fell like balm on the poor young girl's wounded heart, and she begged her father to tell him that it was no base or unworthy action on her part that had deprived her of his grace and favour, but only the want of a glib tongue, and an ever avaricious eye. "Better thou hadst not been born than not to have pleased me better," was Lear's resentful answer to this appeal. "My Lord of Burgundy, what say you to the lady?" said France. "Love's not love when it is mixed with considerations that have nothing to do with the main point. Will you have her? She is herself a dowry." "Royal Lear, give but that portion which you yourself proposed, and here I take Cordelia by the hand, Duchess of Burgundy." "Nothing. I have sworn. I am firm," said the old King obstinately. "I am sorry, then, you have so lost a father that you must lose a husband," said Burgundy to Cordelia. "Peace be with Burgundy," said Cordelia with dignity. "Since respects of fortune are his love, I shall not be his wife." The King of France stepped forward and took the maiden by the hand. "Fairest Cordelia, that art most rich being poor, most choice forsaken, and most loved despised. Thee and thy virtues here I seize upon. If it be lawful, I take up what's cast away. Thy dowerless daughter, King, thrown to be by hazard, is queen to us, of ours and of our France. Not all the dukes of watery Burgundy can buy this unprized precious maid of me. Bid them farewell, Cordelia. Though unkind, thou losest here a better home to find." "Thou hast her, France, let her be thine," said Lear. "For I have no such daughter, nor shall ever see that face of hers again. Therefore be gone without my grace, my love, my blessing." And the offended old King swept away with his train, not deigning to bestow another glance upon his daughter. "Bid farewell to your sisters," said the King of France again. Cordelia, in taking leave of Goneril and Regan, begged them to treat their father well, for too truly she mistrusted their selfishness and hardness of heart. Regan told her haughtily not to prescribe their duties to them, and Goneril bade her study to content her husband, who had only received her out of charity. "Come, my fair Cordelia," said the King of France, and, secure in her true lover's tender protection, the young girl passed from the home that had so cruelly spurned her. End of section 40. Section 41 of the Shakespeare Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amelia Chesley. The Shakespeare Storybook by Mary MacLeod. King Lear, Part 2. Goneril and Regan. What Cordelia had feared with respect to her sisters speedily came to pass. When the kingdom was safely in their possession, their true natures became apparent, and they showed themselves for what they really were, false, cruel, and utterly heartless women. The arrangement had been that King Lear, with 100 knights, was to stay a month at each daughter's in turn, but before his term of residence at his eldest son-in-law's, the Duke of Albany, had come to an end, Goneril contrived by her outrageous behaviour to drive him from the palace. She pretended that his knights brought disorder into her household, and although her father had presented her with half his kingdom as a dowry, she grudged even the small expenditure of maintaining this paltry band of followers. She ordered her steward Oswald and her servants to treat him with open negligence and disrespect, in the hope of bringing about a quarrel. If it were to her father's distaste, she said brutally, he could go to her sisters. She knew that Regan was of the same mind with herself in the resolve, as they expressed it, not to be overruled. "Idle old man," remarked Goneril contemptuously, "who would like still to manage the authorities that he has given away." Lear, always fiery-tempered and impetuous, was certainly not one to submit tamely to such insulting treatment, and almost out of his mind at the base ingratitude of Goneril and the insolence of her domestics, he ordered his horses to be got ready, and prepared to depart to his second daughter. He now began to repent of his harshness to Cordelia, and to realize how foolish he had been in parting so rashly with his authority. But the poor headstrong old king had one friend near him of whom he did not know. The faithful Earl of Kent loved his master in spite of his faults, and determined not to forsake him in the evil days which he knew must be at hand. In the guise of a poor man, Kent came to the palace of the Duke of Albany and persuaded King Lear to take him into his service. One other devoted follower was also left to the king, his faithful fool, or jester. The loving loyalty of this man never failed, and his deep attachment to his royal master was touching to see. In the midst of the vexations which fretted his impatient spirit, the old king turned for refreshment to the quaint sayings of this humble friend. Had he but known it, the intelligence of this poor fool far surpassed in wisdom his own mad folly. Cordelia's departure had been a great grief to this affectionate creature, and after she went to France he pined and pined away, and kept sadly aloof from his master. But King Lear, missing his favourite, sent for him, and the poor fool came in answer to the summons, glib of tongue, but with eyes that looked sorrowful enough under his cap and bells. His speech was ready, as usual, but his wit was tinged with bitter philosophy, and his sayings conveyed many a sharp home truth to the misguided monarch. The king suffered him to speak what he would have allowed no one else to utter, and the fool, in half-mocking words, pointed out with blunt plainness the folly of the king in giving away his possessions. Later on, when Goneril appeared, and with her lying statements and heartless insolence almost goaded Lear to madness, the poor fool tried, by every means in his power, to divert the king's mind. He desperately interposed after some of Goneril's most biting speeches, trying to take off their edge by a little twist of humour, and to distract the king's attention from his daughter's cruelty by bringing reproof upon himself by his own impertinent sallies. Poor faithful heart! He might as well have tried to divert a thunderbolt with a harlequin's wand. In the storm that was now to burst over them, the poor thrall could do nothing to save his master, but at least he could cling to him with unswerving fidelity, and share his wanderings and misery. The Duke of Albany, less hard-hearted than his wife, tried to soften her harsh severity, but his attempts were useless. She declined to listen to any reasoning, called his mildness want of wisdom, and, acting on her own authority, suddenly dismissed 50 of her father's knights, on the frivolous and altogether false pretext that they conducted themselves in a riotous fashion in her house, and that it was dangerous for the lives of herself and her husband for Lear to keep such a large guard about him. Lear, furious with rage, declared his intention of leaving Albany's palace immediately, and started with the fool for Regan's house, sending Kent on in advance with letters to announce his coming. Goneril, however, to secure her sister on her side, also sent letters to her by the steward Oswald, the man who had already incurred King Lear's wrath by his insolence. The two messengers happening to meet on the way outside the castle of the Earl of Gloucester, where Regan and her husband were then staying, Kent fell on the saucy knave and gave him a thoroughly well-deserved thrashing. Oswald's loud and cowardly cries raised the household, and by order of the Duke of Cornwall, Kent was seized and placed in the stocks, in spite of his protest that he was the messenger of the king, and as such ought to be treated with respect. He took his punishment with much philosophy, and when the kindly Earl of Gloucester expressed his pity, and said he would entreat the Duke of Cornwall for him, Kent answered with sturdy fortitude, "Pray do not, sir. I have watched and travelled hard. Some time I shall sleep out, the rest I'll whistle." And as a matter of fact, the stout-hearted companion presently went calmly to sleep in his uncomfortable resting-place. When King Lear, with the fool and a gentleman attendant, arrived at the Earl of Gloucester's castle, the first thing he saw was his messenger sitting in the stocks. He asked indignantly who had dared to do such a deed, and was told that it was his daughter and his son-in-law. The king could scarcely think such a thing was possible, and demanded to see Regan and the Duke of Cornwall. They returned for answer that they could not be spoken with. King Lear's fiery temper was already blazing at this insulting reception. He sent a peremptory summons that Regan and her husband should come forth and hear him, or else he would go and batter with drums at their chamber door. And the Earl of Gloucester, always ready to make peace, at last persuaded his guests to appear. After a stiff greeting from the Duke of Cornwall and his wife, Kent was set at liberty, and King Lear began to relate the unkind treatment of Goneril, thinking to receive some affection and sympathy from this daughter, although the eldest one had behaved so badly. Regan, however, took her sister's part, and coldly replied that she could not think that her sister would have failed the least in her duty. If she restrained the riots of his followers, she was not to blame. Her father was old; he should be ruled and led by some discretion better than his own. Therefore she prayed him to return to Goneril and say he had wronged her. "Ask her forgiveness?" demanded King Lear. "Mark how this becomes the house." He fell on his knees and continued in bitter mockery, "Dear daughter, I confess that I am old. Age is unnecessary. On my knees I beg that you'll vouchsafe me raiment, bed, and food." Regan was annoyed at the old man's raillery, and again bade him return to her sister. "Never, Regan," said King Lear, rising, and in angry words he called down the vengeance of heaven on his eldest daughter for her black ingratitude. "So you will wish on me when the rash mood is on," said Regan. "No, Regan, you will never have my curse," said the old man, and with piteous words of misplaced affection he tried to convince himself that this daughter would never have treated him as the other one had done. While they were speaking, the sound of a trumpet was heard, and to the horror and dismay of King Lear, Goneril herself appeared. "O Regan, wilt thou take her by the hand?" he asked reproachfully. "Why not by the hand, sir?" demanded Goneril arrogantly. "How have I offended? All is not offence that indiscretion finds in dotage terms so." Lear's self-control was rapidly leaving him, and he could scarcely answer calmly when Regan again advised him to return and sojourn with her sister for the remainder of the month, dismissing half his train, and then to go back to her. Lear indignantly refused to return with Goneril, but making one last effort to subdue his rising violence, he said he would not trouble Goneril. They need never see each other again, but he could stay with Regan, he and his 100 knights. To this Regan answered coldly that she had not expected him so soon, and was not provided for his fit welcome. She again counselled him to listen to her sister. 50 followers? What should he need of more? Indeed, why so many? How, in one house, could many people under 2 commands dwell peaceably? It was hard, almost impossible. "Why might not you, my lord, receive attendance from those that she calls servants, or from mine?" put in Goneril. "Why not, my lord?" echoed Regan. "If you will come to me, for now I spy a danger, I entreat you to bring but 25. To no more will I give place or notice." Seeing that Regan was about to treat him worse, if anything, than Goneril, King Lear said he would return to his eldest daughter with the 50 knights to which she had reduced him. But now Goneril began to draw back. Why did he need 25, 10, or even 5 followers in a house where twice as many had orders to attend on him? "What need of 1?" added Regan. "Oh, reason not the need!" exclaimed Lear, justly indignant at this sordid argument from those to whom he had given his entire possessions. "Our basest beggars are in the poorest things superfluous. But for true need, you heavens, give me that patience, patience I need. You see me here, you gods, a poor old man, as full of grief as age, wretched in both. You think I'll weep? No, I'll not weep. I have full cause of weeping, but this heart shall break into 100,000 flaws before I'll weep. O fool, I shall go mad!" And hurling forth threats of revenge, King Lear hurried from the castle, followed by his faithful companions, the Fool and the Earl of Kent. Darkness was coming on. It was a wild night of storm. The wind howled and raged. For miles around on the desolate heath there was not even a bush for shelter. But the heartbroken father's only thought was to fly from the cruel daughters who had so shamefully treated him. The Earl of Gloucester came in, much concerned, to tell Goneril and Regan that the king was leaving the castle, but they bade him with cold brutality not to persuade him to stay, but to shut his doors. Regan remarked that to wilful men the injuries they brought on themselves must be their own schoolmasters. Lear was attended with a desperate train, and it was wise to be cautious. "Shut up your doors, my lord," agreed Cornwall. "It is a wild night. My Regan counsels well. Come in, out of the storm." End of section 41. Section 42 of the Shakespeare Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amelia Chesley. The Shakespeare Storybook by Mary MacLeod. King Lear, Part 3. Night and Storm. Out into the night and storm hurried King Lear, but little he heeded the darkness or the raging of the elements, for now he was mad, really mad. Amid the howling of the blast, cataracts of rain, the rattle of thunder, and blinding flashes of lightning, the old man wandered, bareheaded, tearing his white locks and shouting incoherent exclamations to the whirlwind. "Blow, wind, and crack your cheeks! Rage, blow! Spit fire! Spout rain! Nor rain, wind, thunder, fire are my daughters. I tax not you, you elements, with unkindness. I never gave you kingdom, called you children. You owe me nothing. Then let fall your horrible pleasure. Here I stand, your slave, a poor, infirm, weak, and despised old man." Then, his mood altering, he called them the servile ministers of two pernicious daughters, who had joined with them in a battle against an old white head. So he went on, raving wildly, while all the time the faithful fool clung to him, half supporting his tottering steps, and still striving with his jests to divert the mind of his heartbroken master. Meanwhile, friends of the king were working on his behalf. Information had reached the Earl of Kent that there was a secret division between Albany and Cornwall, though the face of it was hidden with mutual cunning. Word had been carried to France of the harsh way in which both these sons-in-law had behaved to the old king, and Cordelia was on her way to rescue her father, and had already landed with an army at Dover. The Earl of Gloucester also, disgusted with the brutal behaviour of Regan and her husband, was now on the watch to protect the old man. After King Lear had been driven out into the storm, Gloucester overheard a plot to put him to death. He at once made arrangements to secure his safety, and setting out in search of the fugitives, he found them in a wretched little hovel on the heath, where they had gone for shelter. The poor old man's wits were now entirely gone, and his distracted brain could do nothing but brood over the heartless cruelty of his daughters, which had brought him to this condition. But he was tenderly humoured and watched over by the few followers still left to him, and now by their loyalty he was safely conveyed out of reach of his enemies. Gloucester told Kent there was a litter waiting ready, and bade him take up his master in his arms at once, and carry him to it, and then drive instantly to Dover, where he should receive both welcome and protection. If he delayed in the slightest degree, the king's life and Kent's, and all who offered to defend him, would assuredly be lost. Thanks to the devotion of his faithful friends, the poor old king was safely conveyed to Dover, but a terrible fate rewarded the loyalty of the Earl of Gloucester. Finding out the part he had played in the escape of King Lear, the Duke of Cornwall, with savage barbarity, had both the eyes of the nobleman put out, and then Regan pitilessly bade her servants thrust him forth from his own castle. A just punishment, however, overtook the brutal Earl. One of his own servants, indignant at his cruelty, refused to perform his bidding. Cornwall, enraged, fell upon the man, and they fought. Regan, coming to her husband's assistance, stabbed the servant from behind, but not before the man contrived to wound the Earl so seriously that he soon after died of the injury. King Lear reached Dover safely, and Cordelia was prepared with her most tender affection to welcome her old father. But remorse for the injustice with which he had treated his daughter, and robbed her of her rights, to bestow them on her worthless sisters, so stung King Lear's mind that shame kept him from seeing Cordelia, and he contrived to make his escape from the French camp. Cordelia sent out in search of him, and he was presently found wandering about on the cliffs, all decked out with wild flowers, but still in his madness assuming the majesty of a king. He was taken back to the camp and placed in the care of a skilful doctor, who said that the chief thing needed to cure his shattered senses was complete repose. The poor old king was put to bed, and everything was done to aid his recovery. In the tent where he lay, attendants watched so that nothing should disturb him, and soft music was played. He had a long, refreshing sleep, and when the moment of awakening came, to the great joy of Cordelia and those who had followed him so faithfully, it was evident that his reason was restored. The first sight on which his eyes opened was the loving face of Cordelia. For a moment the king thought it must be some spirit from heaven, and could scarcely believe that it was indeed his own daughter in flesh and blood. He thought that his wits must still be wandering. "Where have I been? Where am I?" he murmured, looking round with dazed eyes, while the spectators watched with mute anxiety to see what turn his malady would take. "I should die with pity to see another thus. I know not what to say. I will not swear these are my hands. Let's see. I feel this pin-prick. Would I were assured of my condition." "Oh, look upon me, sir," entreated Cordelia with her soft voice, "and hold your hands in benediction over me. No, sir, you must not kneel." "Pray do not mock me," said Lear in trembling accents. "I am a very foolish, fond old man, fourscore and upward, not an hour more or less. And to deal plainly, I fear I am not in my perfect mind. Methinks I should know you, and know this man." He looked round in piteous appeal. "Yet I am doubtful, for I am ignorant what place this is. Pray do not mock me, for as I am a man, I think this lady to be my child, Cordelia." "And so I am," cried Cordelia, the tears raining from her tender eyes. "Are your tears wet?" said Lear, touching her cheeks softly, like a child. "Yes, faith, I pray, weep not. If you have poison for me, I will drink it. I know you do not love me, for your sisters have, as I do remember, done me wrong. You have some cause. They have not." "No cause, no cause," said Cordelia. "Am I in France?" asked King Lear. "In your own kingdom, sir," said Kent respectfully. "Do not abuse me," pleaded the once haughty king. The good doctor now interposed. He bade Cordelia be comforted. The madness was cured, but there was danger in letting the king brood over what had passed. He must not be troubled with further talking until his shaken senses were more securely settled. "Will it please your Highness walk?" asked Cordelia with her sweet grace of manner. "You must bear with me," said the old man humbly. "Pray you, now, forget and forgive. I am old and foolish." And so, subdued in mind and crushed in spirit, clinging to the child whom he had spurned, the once fiery and impetuous monarch was tenderly led away by his loving daughter. It would be pleasant if the story could end here, and if we could leave the tempest-tossed old king in the cherished keeping of the gentle Cordelia. But a sadder fate for both was at hand. The King of France had been suddenly called back to his own land by business which imported so much fear and danger to the state that his personal return was absolutely necessary. In his absence the French forces were attacked by the British troops of Goneril and Regan, under the command of a treacherous son of the loyal Earl of Gloucester called Edmund. Unfortunately, on this occasion the British won the battle, and Cordelia and King Lear were both captured. Edmund ordered them away to prison, whither King Lear went joyously enough, for he was quite happy at being again with his daughter. As soon as they had gone, Edmund dispatched an officer to the prison with secret instructions, which he ordered him to carry out at once. Scarcely had this been done when a flourish of trumpets announced the approach of the Duke of Albany, Goneril, and Regan. The Duke of Albany, always of a milder and more merciful nature, had for some time been dissatisfied with the treatment to which the poor old king had been subjected. He was indignant at the Duke of Cornwall's barbarity in putting out the eyes of old Gloucester, and was glad to hear that he had met his just punishment at the hands of the servant whom he had killed for daring to remonstrate with him. Albany now demanded that Lear should be handed over to his keeping, a request which Edmund refused to comply with, giving as pretext that the question of Cordelia and her father required a fitter place for discussion. The Duke of Albany ordered Edmund to obey, saying that he regarded him only as a subject in this war and not as his brother, whereupon Regan interposed and declared that she had invested Edmund with full authority, therefore he was quite the equal of Albany. Moreover, she intended to marry him. An angry discussion now arose between the two sisters. Goneril had also taken a fancy to this Edmund, and had not scrupled to lay a plot to get her husband killed so that she might marry him. Knowing Regan's designs, she had added to her crimes by secretly poisoning her sister in order to get her out of the way, and even while they were disputing the drug began to take effect, and in a few minutes Regan was dead. Goneril's husband, however, had discovered the plot against himself, and now he publicly denounced his wife. In ungovernable fury at the failure of her schemes, and refusing to give any answer to the Duke of Albany's accusations, Goneril hurried away and took her own life. Thus miserably perished these two hard-hearted and wicked women. Edmund, in the meanwhile, wounded to death by his own brave half-brother Edgar, who had appeared as a champion to punish Edmund for his many horrible acts of treachery and wickedness, now confessed that he and Goneril had given private instructions that Cordelia was to be hanged in prison, and had intended to lay the blame on her own despair, which had caused her to do this desperate deed. Messengers were sent in haste to arrest this fatal order, but alas, it was too late. As Edmund was borne away, King Lear entered, bearing the dead body of Cordelia in his arms. The old man's reason was again tottering on the brink of madness, and the spectators could only listen in pitying sorrow to his frenzied grief over his murdered child. One moment he mourned her as dead, the next he tried to persuade himself she was still living. He called for a looking-glass to see if her breath would mist or stain it, a proof that she lived, and held a feather to her lips and thought it stirred. The Earl of Kent came and knelt before him, but the king turned from him impatiently, and bent again over Cordelia, where she lay on the ground. "Cordelia, Cordelia, stay a little," he implored in piteous accents. "Ha! What is it thou sayest?" He lent his ear to listen, and with eager self-deception tried to explain his failure to hear a sound. "Her voice was ever soft, gentle, and low, an excellent thing in woman." Then with a sudden change he drew himself up, and looking around, cried exultingly, "I killed the slave that was a-hanging thee." "'Tis true, my lords, he did," said an officer who was standing by. "Did I not, fellow?" said the king proudly. "I have seen the time with my good biting falchion. I would have made them skip. I am old now, and these same crosses spoil me. Who are you? Mine eyes are not of the best. I'll tell you in a minute. Are you not Kent?" "The same, your servant Kent." But the king's last gleam of reason was going, and Kent in vain tried to make him realize the fact of his own loyal fidelity, and that the cruel Goneril and Regan were dead. The king's thoughts were again with his beloved child. "And my poor fool is hanged. No, no, no life," he wailed in heartbroken accents. "Why should a dog, a horse, a rat have life, and thou no breath at all? Thou'lt come no more, never, 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 never. Pray you, undo this button." He made a choking movement at the cloak at his throat, and someone stepped forward and gently unclasped it for him. "Thank you, sir. Do you see this? Look on her. Look, her lips. Look there, look there." And with a strange cry of mingled joy and anguish, King Lear fell dead on the body of his dear child Cordelia. And so, with all his faults and follies, which had assuredly wrought out their own bitter retribution, the fiery-hearted king passed into the realm of eternal rest. End of section 42.
Section 43 of the Shakespeare Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jason in Panama. The Shakespeare Storybook by Mary MacLeod. Othello, Part 1. Honest Iago. Brave, generous, of a free and open nature, Othello the Moor had won high honour in the state of Venice, for, although dark in colouring and of an alien race, he was one of her most renowned generals, and time after time had carried her arms to victory. When, therefore, alarming news reached Venice that the Turkish hordes were again threatening to invade some of her most valued territories, it was to the Moorish warrior Othello that the Venetian senators turned at once to avert the threatened danger. Othello's frank, valiant nature had won him many friends, but close at hand, where he little suspected it, was one subtle and dangerous enemy. Iago, one of his under-officers, hated him with a deadly venom. Iago was a brave soldier, but a man of utterly unscrupulous character. He had been with Othello through several campaigns, and when a chance for promotion came had hoped, through high personal influence, to obtain the envied position of Othello's lieutenant. In his own opinion, Iago thoroughly merited this post, but when suit was made to Othello, he evaded the petitioners, and finally put an end to their hopes by saying that he had already chosen his officer. "And what was he?" demanded Iago disdainfully. "Forsooth, a great arithmetician, one Michael Cassio, a Florentine that never set a squadron in the field, nor knows the division of a battle more than a spinster, unless by bookish theory. Mere prattle without practice is all his soldiership. But he, in good time, must be his lieutenant, and I, God bless the mark, his Moorship's ancient." Burning for revenge, Iago, instead of declining the inferior position of ancient, or ensign bearer, accepted it, but only to serve his own purpose. "In following Othello, I follow but myself," he declared. "Heaven is my judge, not for love and duty, but seeming so for my peculiar end." For Iago prided himself on the skill with which he could conceal his real feelings, and under a mask of the bluntest honesty he began to work out a scheme of diabolical cunning. There was a certain senator of Venice at that time called Brabantio, who had an only daughter named Desdemona. Brabantio was very fond of Othello, and often invited him to his house, and questioned him concerning the story of his life, the battles, sieges, fortunes through which he had passed. Othello recounted all his adventures from year to year, from his boyish days to the moment when he was speaking. He told of disastrous chances, of moving accidents by flood and field, of hairbreadth escapes, of being taken by the foe and sold into slavery, of his redemption from captivity, and then of his travels in all sorts of wild and extraordinary places. He described the vast caves and barren deserts that he had seen, rough quarries, rocks, and hills whose heads touched heaven, cannibals that eat each other, and queer tribes of savages whose heads grow beneath their shoulders. Desdemona, the gentle daughter of Brabantio, dearly loved to hear these thrilling stories, and was quite fascinated by the valorous soldier who had passed through such strange experiences. Hastily despatching her household affairs, she would come again and again to listen greedily to Othello, often weeping for pity when she heard of some distressful stroke he had suffered in his youth. His story being done, she would sigh and swear, "In faith 'twas strange, 'twas passing strange, 'twas pitiful, 'twas wondrous pitiful." She wished she had not heard it, and yet she wished that heaven had made her such a man, and she bade Othello, if he had a friend who loved her, that he would but teach him how to tell his story, and that would woo her. Upon this hint, Othello spoke. Desdemona loved him for the dangers he had passed, and Othello loved Desdemona because she pitied him. This was the simple explanation of what her father, furious with rage, put down to witchcraft, for he could not believe that his timid daughter could really have fallen in love with such an alarming person as the swarthy Moor. But, as Desdemona said, she saw Othello's visage in his mind, and the valour and nobility of his nature made her forget the darkness of his complexion. Knowing her father's violent, unreasonable disposition, and fearing that he would never give his consent, Desdemona quietly left her home one night without consulting him, and was married to Othello. Now was Iago's opportunity. Finding out by some means what was taking place, he informed a rejected suitor of Desdemona's called Roderigo, a brainless Venetian youth, and together they went to Brabantio's house, and in high glee rousted him, and told the news that Othello had stolen away his daughter. Having raised the alarm, and set them on the trail where they would be likely to find Othello, Iago thought it discreet to retire, for he did not wish it to appear as if he had anything to do with the matter. To Othello he afterwards laid all the blame on Roderigo, declaring that several times he was so enraged with him that he could almost have killed him for the abusive way in which he had spoken of Othello. Brabantio immediately called up his servants, and set out to look for the culprits, but before he found them the mischief was done. Othello and Desdemona were securely married. In the council chamber at Venice, though it was night time, the Duke and senators were holding an important meeting. News had come that a fleet of Turkish galleys was bearing down on Cyprus, and though the rumours were conflicting as to the number of the fleet and its present position, there was no doubt that the danger was imminent, and that preparations for defence must at once be set on foot. Messengers were sent to summon both Othello and Brabantio. As it happened, the latter was already on his way to appeal to the Duke to punish Othello, and happening to fall in with Othello, the two arrived at the same moment. "Valiant Othello, we must straight employ you against the public enemy," said the Duke. Then, turning to Brabantio, he added courteously, "I did not see you. Welcome, gentle signor. We lacked your counsel and your help to-night." "So did I yours," replied Brabantio, and he proceeded to pour forth his complaint, saying that it was not anything he had heard of business which had called him from his bed, nor did the public anxiety make any impression on him, for his own private grief was so overbearing a nature that it swallowed up all other concerns. The Duke, much concerned, asked what was the matter, whereupon Brabantio in the bitterest terms accused Othello of having bewitched his daughter, for, he said, it was quite against nature that she could have fallen in love with him if she had been in her proper senses. The Duke asked Othello what he could say in answer to the charge. Then Othello, in a manly but modest fashion, gave a straightforward account of what had really happened, and so convincing were his words that the Duke was quite won over to his side, and at the end exclaimed heartily, "I think this tale would win my daughter too." He tried to persuade Brabantio to make the best of the matter, but the old senator was relentless. All that he would do was to transfer the blame to his daughter, when Desdemona, on being sent for, confirmed everything Othello had said. Her father bade her say to whom in all the assembled company she owed most obedience. Desdemona, with modesty but decision, replied that she saw a divided duty, that she was indebted to her father for life and education, and that she loved and respected him as a daughter, but even as her own mother had left her father, preferring Brabantio, so Desdemona claimed that she had as much right to leave her father and follow her husband Othello. Brabantio was quite unmoved by this argument. "God be with you, I have done," he said roughly, and in a few heartless words he handed over his daughter to Othello. "Look to her more, if thou hast eyes to see. She has deceived her father, and may thee," was his final cruel taunt. "My life upon her faith!" cried Othello indignantly, as he clasped his weeping young wife in his arms. The next question to decide was where Desdemona should stay during her husband's absence. She begged so earnestly to be allowed to accompany him to the war that Othello joined his voice to hers, and the Duke gave them leave to settle the matter as they chose. Othello was obliged to start that very night, and Desdemona was to follow later under the escort of his officer, honest Iago, to whose care Othello especially committed her, and whose wife Amelia he begged might attend on her. If Othello had but known it, honest Iago at that very moment was already weaving his plans of villainy, and was sneering inwardly at his General's open and trustful nature, which made him so easy to be deceived. The sweetest revenge which occurred to Iago was to bring discord between Othello and the beautiful young wife whom he loved so devotedly. Iago therefore determined to set cunningly to work to implant a feeling of jealousy in Othello's mind. Like many warm-hearted and affectionate people, Othello was extremely passionate and impulsive. Once his feelings were aroused, he rushed forward blindly in the direction in which a clever villain might lure him, and being so absolutely truthful and candid himself, he was utterly unsuspicious of falsehood in others. Iago's weapon was not far to seek, and he had, moreover, the satisfaction of feeling that he would enjoy a double revenge, for it was Michael Cassio, Othello's new lieutenant, on whom he fixed as a fitting tool. Cassio was young, handsome, attractive, a general favourite, especially with women, where his graceful manners always won him favour. He was already greatly liked by Desdemona, for when Othello came to woo her, Cassio was his frequent companion, and often carried messages between them. What, then, more natural than that a young girl like Desdemona should presently grow tired of her elderly and war-beaten husband, and turn for amusement to this charming young gallant? Such at least was Iago's reasoning, and such was the poison which he intended to pour into the ear of the guileless Othello. End of section 43. Section 44 of the Shakespeare Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jason in Panama. The Shakespeare Storybook by Mary MacLeod. Othello, Part 2. Well Met at Cyprus. On the way to Cyprus a terrible tempest sprang up, which scattered Othello's convoy and drove his own ship out of its course, so that, after all, Desdemona got to the island before her husband. Cassio, Othello's lieutenant, had already arrived, and had been sounding the praises of his general's wife to the islanders, and when news came that Desdemona's ship had also safely reached port, he was ready with a rapturous greeting for the young bride. "Oh, behold, the riches of the ship is come on shore!" he cried, as Desdemona approached, with Amelia, Iago, Roderigo, and their attendants. "Hail to thee, lady! The grace of heaven before, behind thee, and on every hand, enwheel thee round." "I thank thee, valiant Cassio," replied Desdemona. "What tidings can you tell me of my lord?" Cassio answered that Othello was not yet arrived, and for anything he knew he was well, and would be there shortly, and even as he spoke the guns on the citadel thundered a greeting to a friendly sail. Like a spider who has woven its web, Iago watched his victims. He gloated over the idle chatter between Cassio and Desdemona, and marked, as they laughed and talked together, how the young man smiled and bowed, and often kissed his fingers with an air of gallantry. "Ay, smile upon her, do," he sneered to himself. "If such tricks as these strip you out of your lieutenancy, it had been better you had not kissed your 3 fingers so oft. Very good, well kissed, an excellent courtesy, 'tis so indeed." So he went on, taking malicious pleasure in the young man's little affected airs, which would the more readily lend colour to any suggestions Iago chose to bring against him. Othello meanwhile had landed. His joy at again meeting his wife was so intense that he could scarcely express it. "If it were possible now to die, 'twere now to be most happy," he exclaimed, for he feared that unknown fate would never again hold in store for him another moment of such absolute content. "Come, let us to the castle. News, friends!" he went on, turning to the others. "Our wars are done, the Turks are drowned. How does my old acquaintance of this isle?" Come, Desdemona, once more, well met at Cyprus." In honour of the good tidings of the destruction of the Turkish fleet, and of the marriage of their new governor, Othello, a public rejoicing was proclaimed in Cyprus, and during the space of 6 hours the whole island was to be given up to feasting and revelry. Cassio was appointed to watch that evening as captain of the guard, and Iago saw here an excellent opportunity to take the first step in his scheme of revenge by bringing some disgrace on the young lieutenant. He knew that a very little wine, such as would have no effect on another man, made Cassio excited and quarrelsome. He determined to lure him on to drink more than was good for him, after which Roderigo was to find some occasion to irritate Cassio, either by speaking too loud, or sneering at his discipline, or by any other means he pleased. Cassio, being rash and very sudden in anger, would probably strike Roderigo, which, if possible, he was to be provoked into doing, for out of this Iago would incite the islanders to mutiny, and get Cassio dismissed from his post. When, therefore, Cassio entered the hall of the castle to take up his duties for the night, Iago met him with a great appearance of friendliness, and cordially pressed him to join in the entertainment he had provided for some guests, Montano, the former governor of Cyprus, and some other gentlemen, who would fain drink a measure to the health of Othello. Knowing his own weakness, Cassio at first refused. "Not to-night, good Iago," he said. "I have very poor and unhappy brains for drinking. I could well wish courtesy would invent some other custom of entertainment." "Oh, they are our friends, but one cup," pleaded Iago. "I will drink it for you." Cassio answered that he had drunk only 1 cup that night, and even of that the wine was diluted, and yet he already felt the effects. He was unfortunate in this peculiarity, and dared not task his weakness with any more. "What, man! 'Tis a night of revels, the gallants desire it," urged the tempter. "Where are they?" asked Cassio, his resolution beginning to falter. "Here, at the door. I pray you, call them in." "I'll do it, but it mislikes me," said Cassio, and he reluctantly went in search of Iago's guests. When he presently returned with 3 or 4 noisy gallants who had themselves been feasting too lavishly, they had already persuaded him to drink another cup with them. Iago now did his best to lure them on by calling for more wine, and trolling out a jovial song. "And let me the cannikin clink, clink, and let me the cannikin clink. A soldier's a man, a life's but a span, why then let a soldier drink drink." "An excellent song," pronounced Cassio, whereupon Iago sang another, which he found even more exquisite than the first. So merrily went the minutes that it was not until much later that the new lieutenant remembered his neglected duties, by which time his senses were quite confused by what he had drunk. When he left, Iago took occasion to spread a bad impression of him by saying what a pity it was that such a good soldier should be spoilt by the persistent habit of drink, in fact, that he never went sober to bed. This, of course, was an absolute falsehood, but the gentlemen of Cyprus believed what Iago said. Montano remarked it was a pity Othello were not told of it. Perhaps he did not know, or perhaps his good nature prized the virtue in Cassio, and overlooked the evil. It was a great pity that the noble Moor should hazard such an important place as second in command to one with such an incurable fault. It would be right to say so to Othello. "Not I, for this fair island," said the hypocritical Iago. "I love Cassio well, and would do much to cure him of this evil. But hark! what noise?" For there was a cry without, "Help! Help!" The next instant Cassio entered violently, driving Roderigo in front of him and beating him. Montano interfered to protect Roderigo, whereupon Cassio turned on him, and both drawing their weapons, Montano was presently wounded. Iago meanwhile had sent Roderigo to run and cry a mutiny, and make as much disturbance as possible, while Iago himself had the alarum bell set pealing, and shouted noisily in all directions, contriving largely to increase the confusion under pretence of restoring order. Othello was speedily on the scene, and with prompt decision at once silenced the uproar. Then he asked for an explanation, which no one seemed willing to give. "Honest Iago, that lookest dead with grieving, speak. Who began this? On thy love, I charge thee." Iago mumbled some confused excuses, which were certainly not intended to deceive the General. Cassio, on being appealed to, now completely sobered by the shock, answered simply, "I pray you, pardon me, I cannot speak." Montano declared that he was much too injured to say anything. Othello's officer, Iago, could tell him everything. He was not conscious of having done or said anything amiss. Othello now began to lose patience, and knowing the serious danger of such a disturbance in the present unsettled condition of the island, he curtly commanded Iago to let him know how the brawl began, and who set it on. With feigned reluctance, but with much secret satisfaction, Iago gave an account of what had happened, taking care to heighten his own ignorance of the affair, and ostentatiously pretending to try to shield Cassio from blame. Othello's sentence was short and sharp. "I know, Iago, thy honesty and love do mince this matter, making it light to Cassio. Cassio, I love thee, but never more be officer of mine." When Othello and the others had retired, Iago, seeing Cassio standing as if dazed, went up and asked him if he were hurt. "Ay, past all surgery," was the mournful response. "Marry, Heaven forbid!" said Iago, startled. "Reputation, reputation, reputation," groaned Cassio. "Oh, I have lost my reputation. I have lost the immortal part of myself. My reputation, Iago, my reputation!" "As I am an honest man, I thought you had received some bodily wound," scoffed Iago. "There is more sense in that than in reputation." And he tried to cheer up Cassio by telling him there were ways in which he could recover the General's favour. Only sue to him, and he would soon be won round. "I would rather sue to be despised than deceive so good a commander with so slight, so drunken, so indiscreet an officer," returned the contrite Cassio. "You or any man may be drunk once in his life, man," urged Iago. "I'll tell you what you shall do." And he went on to say that the General's wife was now the General, meaning by this that Othello would do anything that Desdemona wanted. Iago advised Cassio to appeal to Desdemona. She was so good and kind that she always did more than she was asked. If Desdemona pleaded with Othello on his behalf, Iago was ready to wager anything that Cassio would soon be in higher favour than ever. Cassio was grateful to Iago for his counsel, which the latter protested he only offered in love and honest kindness, and Cassio resolved early the next morning to beseech Desdemona to undertake his cause. Iago was delighted to find his plot working so smoothly. He knew that the more earnestly Desdemona appealed on behalf of Cassio, the more fuel there would be to feed Othello's jealousy. Thus, out of the gentle lady's own sweetness and goodness, Iago made the net that was to enmesh them all. End of section 44. Section 45 of the Shakespeare Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jason in Panama. The Shakespeare Storybook by Mary MacLeod. Othello, Part 3, The Handkerchief. In accordance with his resolve, Cassio appealed the next morning to Desdemona, who with all the warmth of her affectionate nature undertook his defence, and merrily promised to give her husband no peace until he had pardoned the offender. Othello approaching at that moment, Desdemona begged Cassio to remain and hear her speak, but the young lieutenant was too much ashamed to face his general, and left in some haste. Iago seized this chance to implant the first seeds of suspicion in Othello, by exclaiming, as if without thinking, "Ha! I like not that." "What dost thou say?" asked Othello. "Nothing, my lord, or if I know not what," said Iago, craftily pretending as if he wished to withdraw his words. "Was not that Cassio parted from my wife?" "Cassio, my lord," with an air of great surprise. "No, sure, I cannot think it, that he would steal away so guilty like, seeing you coming." "I do believe it was he," persisted Othello. "How now, my lord? I have been talking with a suitor here, a man that languishes in your displeasure," said Desdemona, coming to meet her husband. "Who is it you mean?" "Why, your lieutenant Cassio," answered Desdemona, and then, with simple eloquence, she began to plead for the culprit. But Iago's remark had ruffled Othello's temper. "Went he hence now?" he asked abruptly. "Ay, truly, so humbled that he hath left part of his grief with me, to suffer with him. Good love, call him back." "Not now, sweet Desdemona, some other time." "But shall it be shortly?" "The sooner, sweet, because of you," said Othello, softening a little. "Shall it be to night at supper?" "No, not to night." "To morrow dinner, then?" "I shall not dine at home. I meet the captains at the citadel." "Why, then, to morrow night, or Tuesday morning, or Tuesday noon, or night, or Wednesday morning. I prithee name the time, but let it not exceed 3 days," coaxed Desdemona with playful persistency. And she went on pleading for Cassio with such winning sweetness that Othello could resist no longer. "Prithee, no more. Let him come when he will. I can deny thee nothing," he exclaimed, and when Desdemona withdrew, happy at the promise she had extorted, he cried, with a sudden return to all his trust and affection, "Perdition catch my soul, but I do love thee, and when I love thee not, chaos is come again." All might now have been well if Iago had not been at hand to pour his poison into Othello's ear. With diabolical cunning, a hint suggested here, a half retracted phrase there, an affectation of honesty that seemed always checking itself for fear of speaking too openly, Iago contrived to fix the basest suspicions on Cassio. With subtle craft he made it appear as though everything he said were reluctantly dragged from him, and, as on the night before, while making a great parade of trying to shield Cassio, he succeeded in blackening him with unfounded calumny. Not content with this, he next, in a serpent-like manner, began to insinuate suspicions against Desdemona, declaring that he would not on any account let Othello know what was in his thought, and beseeching him in the most meaning tone to beware of jealousy. Those who were jealous, he said, lived a life of torture, doting yet doubting, mistrusting yet loving. "Good heaven, the souls of all my tribe defend me from jealousy," he ended fervently. "Why is this?" demanded Othello, firing up, just as Iago had hoped he would do. "Do you think I would lead a life of jealousy, to follow still the changes of the moon with fresh suspicions? No, to be once in doubt is once to be resolved. No, Iago, I'll see before I doubt. When I doubt, prove, and on the proof there is no more but this, away at once with love and jealousy." Iago remarked he was glad of that, for now he could show the love and duty he bore Othello more frankly. Then he advised Othello to watch his wife closely, and note her behaviour with Cassio, afterwards pretending to draw back, and urging Othello to go no further into the matter, but to leave it to time. So, having succeeded in making Othello thoroughly unhappy, Iago took his leave. "This fellow's of exceeding honesty, and knows all qualities of human dealings most skilfully," thought the poor deceived Othello, and then, as Desdemona herself came in sight, innocence and candour enthroned on her brow, for a moment all mistrust melted. If she be false, oh, then heaven mocks itself. I'll not believe it. Desdemona had come to remind her husband that dinner was served, and that the islanders invited as guests were waiting. Othello, who had been greatly upset by his conversation with Iago, replied in such a faint voice that Desdemona asked if he were ill. "I have a pain upon my forehead here," answered Othello. "That's with watching. Let me but bind it hard. Within this hour it will be well," said Desdemona, holding out a handkerchief beautifully embroidered with strawberries. "Your napkin is too little," said Othello, putting the handkerchief from him, where it dropped unheeded to the ground. "Let it alone. Come, I'll go in with you." "I am very sorry that you are not well," said Desdemona with the simple wistfulness of a child. When they had gone, the handkerchief was picked up by Amelia, wife of Iago, who was very glad to find it, for her husband had often begged her to steal it for him. But Desdemona so loved the token, for it was the first remembrance Othello had given her, and he had begged her never to part with it, that she always kept it carefully about her, to kiss and talk to. "I'll have the work taken out and give it to Iago," said Amelia to herself. "What he will do with it heaven knows, not I. I only do it to please his whim." But Amelia was already half repenting of what she had done, before she gave the handkerchief to Iago, and she might possibly have refused to part with it at all if Iago had not put an end to the matter by cunningly snatching it from her with one hand, while he pretended to caress her with the other. Directly it was safely in his possession, he dropped the amiable tone he had assumed, and harshly ordered away his wife. Iago was delighted to have got this handkerchief, for he meant to make a wicked use of it. He was going to lose it in Cassio's lodgings, and let the young lieutenant find it, when he would take care that Othello should think it was a present from Desdemona. Iago knew that trifles light as air are to the jealous confirmation strong as proofs of Holy Writ, and seeing Othello approach, he marked with fiendish satisfaction the cloud of gloom and trouble that rested on his brow. "Not poppy, nor mandragora, nor all the drowsy syrups of the world shall ever medicine thee to that sweet sleep which thou owned yesterday," he said to himself maliciously. Othello's peace of mind was, indeed, gone for ever, and all joy and interest in life were over. Oh, now, for ever, farewell the tranquil mind, farewell content, farewell the plumed troop, and the big wars that make ambition virtue. Oh, farewell, farewell the neighing steed, and the shrill trump, the spirit-stirring drum, the ear-piercing fife, the royal banner, and all quality, pride, pomp, and circumstance of glorious war. Farewell, Othello's occupations gone. "Is it possible, my lord?" murmured Iago, with feigned sympathy. Othello turned on him with sudden fury, and gripped him by the throat. "Villain, be sure you prove my love untrue! Be sure of it!" he cried, shaking him violently. Iago pretended to be deeply aggrieved by Othello's distrust, and said if necessary he could bring proofs of what he said. "Tell me but this," he went on, "have you not sometimes seen a handkerchief spotted with strawberries in your wife's hand?" "I gave her such a one. It was my first gift." Iago said he did not know about that, but such a handkerchief he had seen in Cassio's possession that very day. Naturally after that Othello could not fail to believe that Desdemona had given away his cherished gift to Cassio. He took the first opportunity to ask her for it, when, of course, she was unable to produce it. She had already been greatly distressed at the loss of her treasure, and now was so alarmed by the violent way in which Othello kept demanding it, that she dared not own it was lost, and only said that she had it not about her at that moment. "That is a fault," said Othello, frowning darkly. "That handkerchief was given to my mother by an Egyptian. She was a charmer, and could almost read the thoughts of people. She told her, while she kept it, it would make her amiable, and her husband would love her, but if she lost it, or made a gift of it, her husband would get to loathe her. She, dying, gave it to me, and bade me, when my fate would have me marry, to give it to my wife. I did so, and take heed of it, hold it most precious, or lose it, or give it away were such a calamity as nothing else could match." "Is it possible?" faltered Desdemona. "'Tis true. There's magic in the web of it. A Sibyl, who numbered in the world 200 years, sewed the work, the worms were hallowed that spun the silk, and it was dyed in mummy, which the skilful conserved of maidens' hearts." "Indeed, is it true?" said Desdemona, getting more and more alarmed. "Most true. Therefore look to it well," said Othello in a threatening manner. Desdemona still persisted that the handkerchief was not lost, and remembering her promise to Cassio, she most unwisely chose this ill-starred moment again to urge her suit. Her innocent good nature was the final stroke to Othello's jealous wrath, and harshly repeating, "The handkerchief! The handkerchief!" he strode away in ungovernable fury. Worked up to madness by the diabolical arts of Iago, He saw in his young wife's apparent simplicity and candour nothing but the most clever deceit, and he determined to punish her supposed insincerity in the most terrible manner. End of section 45. Section 46 of the Shakespeare Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jason in Panama. The Shakespeare Storybook by Mary MacLeod. Othello Part 4. No Way But This. Though Othello had come to the terrible conclusion that Desdemona must die, he could not prevent his thoughts dwelling again and again on all the charm and loveliness of his dear young wife. This did not suit Iago's purpose, for he was afraid lest Othello should relent before his revenge was accomplished. So he did his utmost in every way to incite Othello still more against Desdemona. He cunningly reminded him of Brabantio's parting words, and said if Desdemona had deceived her father in concealing her affection for Othello, why should she not equally deceive her husband in concealing her affection for someone else? She shall not live. No, my heart is turned to stone. I strike it, and it hurts my hand, said Othello. Then, oh, the world hath not a sweeter creature. Nay, that's not your way, said Iago, ill pleased. I do but say what she is, returned Othello. So delicate with her needle, an admirable musician, oh, she will sing the savageness out of a bear, of so high and plenteous wit and invention. She's the worse for all this, said Iago. Oh, 1,000,000 times, agreed Othello. Then he added wistfully, and then of so gentle a condition. Ay, too gentle, sneered Iago. Nay, that's certain, but yet the pity of it, Iago. Oh, Iago, the pity of it, Iago! But one might better have appealed for compassion to a tiger in sight of his prey. Iago knew nothing of pity. He had only one aim in view, to gratify his revenge. If Othello would kill Desdemona, he said, he would undertake Cassio. Amelia, Iago's wife, was a sharp-tongued, outspoken woman, devoted to her young mistress, and when she saw how jealous and violent Othello was becoming, she did not scruple to tell him plainly that he was utterly wrong in his distrust. But Othello, urged on by Iago's cunning, was now past all reason. By this time he was firmly convinced that Desdemona's simple sweetness of manner was nothing but the most skilful hypocrisy, and that it was his duty to put her out of the world, so that she should betray no more people. When he spoke to his wife that day after his interview with Iago, his words were so strange and menacing that Desdemona was quite frightened. "Upon my knees, what doth your speech import?" she cried piteously. "I understand a fury in your words, but not the words." Othello answered with a torrent of angry accusations, which utterly bewildered Desdemona, and then he abruptly left her, while Amelia vainly tried to soothe and comfort her. This good woman was not slow to express her indignation at Othello's shameful behaviour, and loudly announced her opinion that he was being deceived by some base notorious knave, some scurvy fellow. "O Heaven, that thou wouldst make such people known, and put in every honest hand a whip to lash the rascals naked through the world, even from the east to the west!" she cried, with flashing eyes. This was not very pleasant hearing for Iago, who was standing by, and he harshly told Amelia she was a fool, and bade her be silent. Then, when Desdemona appealed to him, asking what she should do to win her lord again, Iago pretended to think it was only a little ill temper on Othello's part, that business of the state had offended him, and consequently he was out of humour with Desdemona. There was some colour for this suggestion, for a special commission had just arrived from Venice, commanding Othello to return home, and deputing Cassio as governor of Cyprus in his place. Iago saw that, if he wanted to dispose of Cassio, there was no time to be lost, for Iago himself would be obliged to leave the island in Othello's suite. He therefore contrived to incite his feeble-minded tool Roderigo to set upon Cassio in the dark that very night, and murder him. The attempt, however, was not successful. Roderigo only managed to wound Cassio, and was himself badly injured in return. Some passers-by, the messengers from Venice, hearing groans in the street, stopped to give help, but it was too dark to distinguish the sufferers. The next person to arrive on the scene was Iago himself, with a light, and coming across the wounded Roderigo, and fearing he would betray his share in the plot, he treacherously stabbed him to death. Cassio was then carefully conveyed away for his wounds to be dressed. That night, when Desdemona was preparing for bed, a strange melancholy seemed to take possession of her. Amelia, who was in attendance, tried to divert her mind by getting her to join in a little idle talk, but Desdemona's thoughts were running on sad themes. "My mother had a maid called Barbara," she said musingly. "She was in love, and he she loved proved mad, and did forsake her. She had a song of Willow, an old thing it was, but it expressed her fortune, and she died singing it. That song to-night will not go from my mind." And presently, as Amelia helped her to disrobe, Desdemona began singing in a sweet, plaintive key. The poor soul sat sighing by a sycamore tree, Sing all a green willow, her hand on her bosom, her head on a knee, Sing willow, willow, willow. The fresh streams ran by her, and murmured her moans, Sing willow, willow, willow. Her salt tears fell from her, and softened the stones. Sing willow, willow, willow. Sing all a green willow must be my garland. Let nobody blame him, his scorn I approve. Nay, that's not next. Hark! Who is it that knocks? It's the wind, said Amelia. Desdemona listened for a moment, then went on with her song. I called my love false love, but what said he then? Sing willow, willow, willow. Desdemona's face faltered and stopped. Amelia's duties were done, and, bidding her good night, Desdemona let her depart, and presently closed her sorrowful eyes in sleep. Now had come the moment that Othello had chosen for his dark deed. As he drew near and saw his beautiful young wife lying in all the calm repose of innocent slumber, for an instant his soul melted with pity and love, and, bending over her, he kissed her tenderly. But once more he hardened his heart by thinking of the cause that had led him to decide on such an act, and a fresh wave of jealous fury suddenly taking possession of him, he seized the pillows, and held them over Desdemona until life seemed extinct. There came a furious knocking at the door. Amelia's voice was heard outside, demanding admittance. Othello paused to consider. What's best to do? If she come in, she'll sure speak to my wife. My wife, my wife! What wife? I have no wife. Oh, insupportable! Oh, heavy hour! And Othello with a heavy groan hid his face in his hands. Again came the knocking. I do beseech you that I may speak with you, oh good my lord. Othello drew the curtains of the bed, and unlocked the door. Amelia, in great excitement, had come to bring the news of Roderigo's death. As she was speaking, a strange sort of moan caught her attention. She knew her lady's voice, and, rushing to the bed, tore aside the curtains. Help, help, ho, help! O lady, speak again! Sweet Desdemona, O sweet mistress, speak! A guiltless death I die, murmured Desdemona. Oh, who hath done this deed? Nobody, I myself. Farewell, commend me to my kind lord, oh, farewell! And with a little sigh the gentle spirit passed away. Othello immediately declared that Desdemona had spoken falsely. It was he who had killed her. Amelia turned on him with bitterest rage and contempt, whereupon he began to explain his reasons for what he had done, saying that it was Iago who had revealed everything to him. Amelia could scarcely believe such a thing. She shouted lustily to rouse the alarm, and when, among others, Iago himself hurried in, she taxed him with what Othello had said. I told him what I thought, and told no more than what he found himself was apt and true," said Iago brazenly. "You told a lie, an odious, damned lie. Upon my soul, a lie, a wicked lie," cried the distracted Amelia, and it was vain for Iago to try to silence his wife. Before everyone she proclaimed him for the villain he was. Alas, poor Othello! He began to see he had been tricked. But one point he still clung to, the handkerchief. Desdemona had certainly given away his cherished gift to Cassio. "O thou dull Moor!" cried Amelia. "The handkerchief thou speakest of, I found by chance and gave my husband, for often with solemn earnestness he begged of me to steal it. She give it to Cassio? No, alas! I found it, and I gave it to my husband." "Thou liest!" said Iago. "By heaven I do not! I do not, gentlemen." Furious against his wife, Iago had already tried once to stab her, but she had evaded him, and the other men in the room had protected her. He now made another attempt, which was more successful, and Amelia fell to the ground. "Oh, lay me by my mistress's side," she begged, and there, a few minutes later, she died, with Desdemona's song of "Willow, willow, willow" on her lips, and protesting with her dying breath the innocence of her dear lady. Now indeed the end had come for Othello, and all the anguish of unavailing remorse racked his soul. "Oh, Desdemona, Desdemona dead!" His heart-broken wail rang through the room. But it was all in vain now. Vain his agony of love and sorrow, vain his pleading, vain his scalding tears, vain the bitter scorn with which he lashed his guilty spirit. Cold, cold, pale, and still, lay his beautiful young wife, her ears deaf to all voices of earth, and frozen on her silent lips the smile with which she had died. Othello's power and command were taken away, and Cassio ruled in Cyprus. But little cared Othello for this; all worldly ambition was over. As the gentlemen and officers were about to leave the chamber of death, taking Iago with them as their prisoner, Othello, with a dignified gesture, stayed them. "Soft you! A word or two before you go. I have done the state some service, and they know it. No more of that. I pray you in your letters, when you shall relate these unlucky deeds, speak of me as I am, nothing extenuate, nor set down aught in malice. Then you must speak of one that loved not wisely but too well, of one not easily jealous, but being wrought, perplexed in the extreme, of one whose hand, like the base Indian, threw a pearl away richer than all his tribe. Set you down this, and say besides, that in Aleppo once, where a malignant and a turbaned Turk beat a Venetian and traduced the state, I took by the throat the circumcised dog, and smote him thus." And at the last word Othello plunged a dagger into his heart. With failing strength he dragged his steps to the bed, and fell on the dead body of Desdemona. "I kissed thee ere I kill thee," came his dying whisper. "No way but this, killing myself, to die upon a kiss." End of section 46.
Section 47 of The Shakespeare Story Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. The Shakespeare Story Book by Mary MacLeod. Cymbeline, Part 1. A Princess of Britain. Daughter of Cymbeline, King of Britain, and his acknowledged heir, Imogen, had fallen into deep disgrace at court, and incurred her father's severest displeasure. Cymbeline had lately married a second wife, a widow with one son, and it had occurred to both the king and queen that it would be an excellent plan for Imogen to marry this youth. But Cloten was a clownish ill-conditioned lout, and Imogen had chosen to prefer as her husband a poor but worthy gentleman. Posthumus Leonatus had been her playfellow from childhood, for his parents dying when he was an infant. He had been adopted by Cymbeline, who brought him up almost as his own son. Though the king, queen, and Cloten himself were enraged at the choice Imogen had made, and the courtiers were forced to appear as if they followed the royal example, not one of the latter but was glad at heart at the thing he pretended to scowl at. For while Cloten was, as one gentleman expressed it, a thing too bad for bad report, Leonatus was a man endowed with such outward personal grace, and such inward nobility of soul, that it would be difficult to find his equal through all the world. Even as a boy, most praised, most loved, he had come unharmed through the trying ordeal of being a court favourite, drinking in all branches of learning as lightly as others do air, and the proof of his excellence was evident in the fact that so peerless a lady as Imogen had chosen him for her husband. But Cymbeline, untouched by his merits, was indignant that his daughter had married a beggar, when she might have had the only son of the queen. He pronounced the sentence of banishment on Leonatus, and commanded that Imogen should be imprisoned at court, under the custody of her stepmother. The new queen was a crafty, designing woman, whose chief aim at present was to secure the future throne for her boorish son. Cymbeline, it is true, had had 2 sons of his own, but they were both stolen when they were little more than babies, the eldest being only 3, and the youngest 2 years old. From the day of their disappearance, no trace of them had ever been found. The Princess Imogen was now the only child, and, as Cymbeline's heir, the queen was anxious to entice her into marriage with her son. When this attempt failed, the queen did not scruple to plan other and darker means to accomplish her purpose. She had some knowledge of medicine, and took pleasure in making perfumes and preserves from all sorts of herbs and simples. Under pretence of perfecting her knowledge, she begged from a physician, Cornelius, who had helped her with her studies, some most poisonous compounds, which would produce a languishing death. She said she did not intend to use them on human beings, but only on animals, to try their power, and apply the antidote, in order to discover their respective virtues and effects. The good physician did not at all approve of such cruel experiments. He knew the queen's evil nature, and would not trust one of such malice with drugs of so deadly a kind. While, therefore, pretending to comply with the queen's request, he really gave her some harmless compounds, which would only stupefy and dull the senses for a while, but do no ultimate injury. It was well that Cornelius acted so discreetly, for the queen lost no time in putting her wicked schemes into practice. When Leonatus, on his banishment, departed for Rome, he left behind him a most faithful, devoted servant, called Pisanio, who was to watch over and attend his dear wife. The crafty queen tried to win over Pisanio to her interests, promising him large bribes if he would influence Imogen on behalf of her son. But Pisanio's steadfast fidelity was not to be shaken. Seeing that all her fawning friendliness was not likely to achieve her aim, the queen tried another method to remove Leonatus from her path. While talking with Pisanio, she cunningly let fall, as if by accident, the little box of drugs which she had obtained from Cornelius. When Pisanio picked it up, and would have returned it to her, she insisted on his keeping it, as an earnest of future good which she intended to bestow on him, explaining that it was a wonderful cordial by which she had 5 times redeemed the king from death. The queen hoped that Pisanio, wishing to do his master good, would give him some of this cordial, which would certainly prove fatal. After the death of Leonatus, If Imogen still persisted in refusing to marry Cloten, the queen determined that she, too, should have a taste of the poison, when the way would be clear for Cloten to ascend the throne. While these things were happening in Britain, Leontes had reached Rome. Here, at the house of a friend, Philario, he happened to meet some acquaintances that he had known in younger days, one a Frenchman, and another an Italian called Iachimo. The Frenchman reminded him of a quarrel which they had had on the occasion of their former meeting, which, he said, was of a slight and trivial nature. But Leontes, with his ripened judgment, would not admit that the cause of the quarrel was altogether slight. "Can we, with manners, ask what was the difference?" inquired Iachimo. The Frenchman replied that a dispute had arisen as to which of the ladies, whom each loved in his own country, was to be most praised, and that Leontes had asserted that his, in Britain, was the fairest, most virtuous, wise, and constant, and that her favour was less easily to be won than the rarest of the ladies in France. "That lady is not now living, or this gentleman's opinion is by this time worn out," laughed Iachimo. "She holds her virtue well, and I my mind," returned Leontes. "You must not so far prefer her before our ladies of Italy," said Iachimo, still in the same jesting way. But Leontes was in earnest, and in spite of the good-natured bantering of the others, he persisted in extolling the charms and excellence of Imogen. At their parting in Britain, Imogen had given her husband as a remembrance a diamond ring, which had been her mother's, and which she held very precious, and Leontes, on his part, had clasped on her arm a bracelet. Iachimo now said laughingly that if only he had the chance of a few minutes' conversation with Imogen, he would soon win her affection. In fact, he was ready to wager the half of his estate against Leontes' ring, that there was no lady in the world of whom he could not say the same. Leontes began to get annoyed, and Philario begged them to let the subject drop. But Iachimo would not give in. He now said he wished he had wagered his whole estate. He would lay 10,000 ducats against Leontes' ring, that if he went to the court of Britain, he would bring back evidence that Imogen's favour was by no means so hard to win as Leontes imagined. Leontes, stung by Iachimo's remarks, and longing to prove the falsity of his assertions, and to punish him for his impertinence, said he would accept the wager, but he would wager gold against Iachimo's gold. The ring he held as dear as his finger, it was part of it. Iachimo accused him of fearing to lose the wager, and said he was wise in declining to risk his ring, which so irritated Leontes that he accepted the challenge. "I dare you to this match. Here's my ring," he exclaimed. "I will not have this wager," said Philario. But both Leontes and Iachimo declared it should go on, and proceeded to settle the conditions, and to have them lawfully recorded. Only Leontes further determined that, if Iachimo succeeded in winning his wager owing to Imogen's fault or weakness, Leontes would cast off his wife utterly. She was not worth debate. If, on the other hand, Iachimo's advances were repulsed with the contempt they deserved, Iachimo should answer with his sword for his impertinence. To this Iachimo agreed, and without delay he started for Britain. Arrived at the court of Cymbeline, he was introduced to Imogen as the bearer of letters from Leontes. She received him with charming frankness and cordiality, delighted to welcome one of whom her husband wrote as bestowing much kindness on him. In accordance with the plan Iachimo had thought out, he replied in answer to Imogen's eager questions concerning Leontes that he was quite well, exceedingly pleasant, and very merry and gamesome. In fact, he was called the Briton Reveller. Imogen was somewhat surprised and a little hurt to hear this, for at home Leontes was, if anything, of a grave and melancholy disposition. "I never saw him sad," protested Iachimo, And further he added, Leontes always laughed loudly when one of his companions, a Frenchman, seemed sorrowful, because he left behind him in his own country a lady whom he loved. Fancy a man sighing for the bondage of any woman, Leontes had said. It pained Imogen to think that Leontes cared so little about her, as Iachimo's words implied, but when the smooth-tongued Italian gentleman went on to pity her for the way in which her husband seemed to have forgotten her, and counselled her to take revenge, she began to be on her guard. "Revenge?" she said. "How should I be revenged? If this be true, how should I be revenged?" Iachimo replied that if Leontes cared so little about her as to be able to amuse himself happily with all the most riotous companions in Rome, why, then, let Imogen waste no longer any thought on him, but bestow her affection on one who was ready to be her devoted friend and servant. He, Iachimo, would never neglect her, as Leontes had done. Imogen interrupted these silky speeches with indignant scorn, and ordered Iachimo to leave her presence instantly. "What, ho, Pisanio!" she cried, to summon her faithful attendant, for she would not listen to another word from this insulting stranger. Then, with supple guile, Iachimo suddenly changed his tactics, and burst into the most glowing praise of Leontes. He implored Imogen's pardon, and declared that all he had said was quite false, and only to test her love. Leontes was one of the best and truest of men. He sits among men like a descended god. He hath a kind of honour sets him off, more than mortal seeming. Iachimo's present words made amends to Imogen for his unworthy artifice, and she pardoned him, and resumed all her former gracious charm of manner. "I had almost forgotten to entreat your grace in a small request," said Iachimo, as he was taking his leave, "and yet of moment too, for it concerns your lord, myself, and other noble friends or partners in the business." "Pray, what is it?" asked Imogen. Iachimo answered that Leontes and about a dozen of his friends in Rome had joined together to buy a present for the emperor. He, as their agent, had purchased this in Florence. It was plate of rare device, and jewels of rich and exquisite form. They were of great value, and being a stranger in Britain, Iachimo was anxious to have them in safe keeping. Might he beg of Imogen to take them under her protection? "Willingly, and I will pledge mine honour for their safety," responded Imogen. "Since my lord hath interest in them, I will keep them under my own protection, in my bedchamber." "They are in a trunk, attended by my men," said Iachimo. "I will make bold to send them to you, only for this night. I must leave to-morrow. Therefore, if you please, to greet your lord with writing, do it to-night." "I will write," said Imogen. "Send your trunk to me. It shall be safely kept and faithfully yielded to you. You are very welcome." End of Section 47. Recording by Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida. Section 48 of the Shakespeare Story Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Giordano. The Shakespeare Story Book by Mary MacLeod. Cymbeline, Part 2. How Iachimo won his wager. The Cave of Belarius. The trunk sent by Iachimo was duly placed for security in Imogen's chamber, but it was no plate or jewels that it contained. That night, when the princess slept, a lighted taper still burning in the room, and near at hand the book she had been reading ere she fell asleep, the lid of the trunk was lifted, and a man stepped out. It was Iachimo. With rapid glance he surveyed the room, carefully studying every detail. What pictures there were, where the window was placed, what was the adornment of the bed, the arras, the figures, and the story represented. But even this was not sufficient for his purpose. He stealthily approached the bed, and while Imogen lay wrapped in deep sleep, he slipped from her arm the bracelet which Leonidas had given her, noting at the same time, on the pure whiteness of her skin, a little mole with 5 spots, like the crimson spots in the bottom of a cowslip. Next he took up the book she had been reading, looked carefully at the title, and observed the exact passage in the tale, where she had left off. Then, satisfied with his ignoble work, he went back into the trunk. The lid shut with a spring, and once more there was apparently nothing in the room to disturb the innocent serenity of the sleeping princess. In the morning early came an unwelcome suitor, Cloten. The queen's son had been advised to try the effects of music on the hard-hearted lady, who unceasingly repulsed his advances. He therefore ordered some musicians to attend outside her chamber window, and sing a charming little aubade, that is, a song of the nature of a serenade, but sung at dawn to waken the sleeper instead of during the night. The song chosen was an especially pretty one, with a wonderfully sweet air, and Cloten hoped it would not fail to touch Imogen's heart. Hark, hark! The lark at heaven's gate sings, and Phoebus 'gins arise, his steeds to water at those springs, on chaliced flowers that lies, and winking merry buds begin to ope their golden eyes. With everything that pretty is, my lady sweet, arise, arise, arise. Imogen liked the pretty music, but she was sorry not to be able to thank Cloten properly for his trouble, for she disliked him as heartily as ever, and, vexed by his importunity, was forced to tell him so. Cloten tried to persuade her to give up her husband, saying that the contract which she pretended with that base wretch, won bread of alms and fostered with cold dishes, with scraps of the court, was no contract, and that the marriage could easily be dissolved. Imogen, furious that this contemptible creature should thus dare to insult the noble Leonidas, indignantly heaped scorn on Cloten, telling him that he was too base even to be her husband's groom, that he would be too much honoured, and be worthy of envy, if he were styled the under hangman of his kingdom. In short, she ended, the meanest garment that Leonidas had ever worn was dearer in her eyes than 100,000 men, such as Cloten. Imogen had already had cause that morning for grave distress, for she had discovered the loss of her bracelet, and was greatly upset about it, leaving her clownish wooer to brood sullenly over this unusual plain speaking. For all the gentlemen at court flattered and fawned on Cloten to his face, though they roundly abused him behind his back. Imogen now called her faithful Pisanio, and bade him tell her waiting woman to make the most careful search for the missing jewel. "It was thy master's. I would not lose it for a revenue of any king's in Europe. I think I saw it this morning. I am confident last night it was on my arm. I kissed it. I hope it be not gone, to tell my lord that I kiss aught but him," she ended, with a melancholy attempt at a little jest. Alas, poor Imogen! If she had only known how fatally near the truth came her lightly spoken words. At that same moment Iachimo was speeding back to Rome with his unwelcome tidings. At first Leonidas took for granted that Iachimo must have lost his wager. He had an answer ready for everything that the latter could say. But little by little the wily Italian contrived to make it appear that Imogen had been far too generous in the favours and friendliness she had lavished on this stranger. He had seen her chamber, he said, and forthwith he described all the tapestry of silk and silver with which it was hung. The chimney was south of the room, and the story of the huntress Diana was wonderfully carved as the subject of the chimney-piece. The roof of the chamber was fretted with golden cherubs. The andirons on the hearth were 2 winking cupids of silver, each standing on 1 foot. Leonidas was forced to admit that all this was true, but still, he said, it did not prove that Iachimo had won his wager. Then, with a self-assured air of triumph, Iachimo produced the bracelet, which he declared Imogen had taken from her arm to give him. Leonidas, with one last effort to preserve his belief in Imogen's love and fidelity, suggested that perhaps she had taken off the bracelet to send it to him. "She writes so to you, doth she?" asked Iachimo cunningly. But alas, Imogen's letter, which he had himself conveyed, made no mention of such a fact. "Oh, no, no, no! It's true. Here, take this too," cried Leonidas, handing Iachimo the ring which she had wagered, and he broke out into a torrent of despairing scorn for the utter falsehood and inconstancy of all women. "Have patience, sir, and take your ring again," counselled Philario, who all through this interview had keenly distrusted the plausible Iachimo. "It is not yet won. Probably Imogen lost the bracelet, or who knows if one of her women, being bribed, has not stolen it from her." "Very true, and so I hope he came by it," said Leonidas. "Return me my ring, and give me some stronger proof than this, for the bracelet was stolen." Then Iachimo told of the little mole which she had noticed on the white skin of Imogen, and Leonidas could no longer refuse to admit that he had lost his wager. He had loved Imogen so deeply, so tenderly, he had placed such absolute trust in her perfect goodness and truth, that the shock of discovering her falsehood and inconstancy was a terrible one. All women were alike, he thought bitterly. There was no fault in man that woman did not have in greater measure. Lying, flattery, deceit, revenge, ambition, self-indulgence, covetousness, pride, disdain, luxury, slander, fickleness, every fault that could be named was found more abundantly in woman than in man. So, maddened by the supposed treachery of his peerless wife, the unhappy Leonidas began to brood thoughts of dark revenge. The Cave of Belarius. About this time there came to the court of Cymbeline emissaries from the Roman emperor, demanding the annual tribute of 3,000 pounds, which Julius Caesar had extracted from the conquered Britons, and which latterly Cymbeline had neglected to pay to his successor, Augustus Caesar. On hearing the demand brought by Caius Lucius, the ambassador, the queen at once took it upon herself to urge Cymbeline not to pay the tribute, and Cloten, in his foolish manner, chimed in with silly defiance and childish insults. With more dignity, Cymbeline confirmed the words of the queen, and declined to pay, whereupon Caius Lucius pronounced a declaration of war against Britain, in the name of his master, Augustus Caesar. His unwelcome duty done, he was then ready to enjoy the hospitality which Cymbeline courteously offered to him during the remaining day or two of his visit to the court, after which the king sent him with a safe conduct and an honourable escort to Milford Haven, and forthwith began his preparations for war. In the meantime, other messages had also come from Rome, letters to Pisanio and to Imogen. The one to Pisanio contained a terrible command. The one to Imogen filled her heart with joy. She was bidden to set off at once to Milford Haven, where Leonidas stated he was at that time, where he wished his wife to join him. Imogen was all excitement and eagerness to be off. She begged Pisanio with pretty impatience to tell her how quickly they could get to Milford Haven, and chid him for the slowness of his reckoning. Her quick wit at once devised a scheme whereby she could escape unnoticed, and in the guise of her waiting woman she contrived to slip out of the palace, to where Pisanio was ready to conduct her on her journey. But alas, poor lady, on the road to Milford Haven a terrible awakening awaited her. Pisanio showed her the letter he had received from Leonidas, and there she read of the crime of which he accused her, and that Pisanio had orders to put her to death. Knowing herself blameless, Imogen was nearly killed by the cruel words, and in heartbroken accents she begged Pisanio to strike at once and obey his master's bidding. But Pisanio indignantly flung his sword away, refusing to stain his hand with such a deed. He had only brought her thus far, he said, to think out what was best to be done. His master must certainly have been deceived. Some villain, peculiarly skilful in his art, had done this injury. Pisanio said he would give notice to Leonidas that Imogen was dead, sending some token of the fact, as he had been commanded. Imogen would be missed at court, and that would confirm his words. "Why, good fellow, what shall I do the while? Where bide? How live?" asked poor Imogen. "Or what comfort shall I take in life when I am dead to my husband?" Pisanio asked if she would like to return to court, but Imogen declared she would have no more of court, or father, or the clownish Cloten who had so pestered her with his love-suit. Pisanio said that if she would not stay at court, she could not remain in Britain, whereupon Imogen asked were there not other places in the world than Britain where the sun shone. In the volume of the world, the little isle of Britain was no more than a swan's nest in a great pool. Pisanio was glad she was willing to think of other places, and went on to suggest a scheme, daring indeed, but which Imogen was only too glad to accept. This was nothing less than that Imogen should disguise herself as a page, and seek service with the Roman ambassador Lucius, and she could go with him to Rome, where she would be living near Leonidas, and, even if she did not see him, she could hear hourly reports of his doings. Pisanio, with this end in view, had taken care to provide himself with the dress of a page, which he now handed over to Imogen. Lucius was to arrive on the following day at Milford Haven, and Pisanio advised Imogen to go there to meet him, and offer her services, where he would probably accept. Pisanio himself must now return to the palace, in case his absence should give rise to suspicion. But from the mountain top where they stood, he pointed out Milford Haven, and it seemed within easy distance. Finally, before taking leave, he gave Imogen the little box of drugs which the Queen had presented to him, telling her that it contained some precious cordial that would cure her if ever she were ill. So the faithful servant bade farewell to his dearly loved mistress. Poor Imogen set out with a brave heart on her perilous adventure, but the town that had looked so near seemed to recede as she walked towards it. For 2 days and nights she wandered on, almost spent with hunger, and making the ground her bed. At last she came to an opening in the side of the mountain, which looked as if it were used for some kind of habitation, for a path led to the low entrance. Imogen found it was a cave, evidently furnished for use. At first she was afraid to enter, not knowing what danger might lurk inside, but hunger made her valiant. She called, but no one answered. "Ho! Who's there? If anything that's civil, speak. Ho! No answer? Then I'll enter. Best draw my sword, and if mine enemy but fear the sword as I do, will scarcely look at it. Grant such a foe, kind heaven." So, timid and quavering in her boy's tunic, with her short, broad-bladed sword gripped in her trembling hand, Imogen pushed aside the brushwood and entered the cave. She had not long disappeared when the real owners of the cave approached. There was an elderly man of commanding presence, and 2 noble-looking youths of 22 and 23 years old. In spite of their rustic and almost savage garb of hunters, there was an air of unmistakable distinction about all three. To the frank brow and free step of the mountaineer, the lads joined a princely grace of bearing which told of high birth and noble breeding. Their appearance did not belie them, for these boys were no other than the 2 sons of Cymbeline, stolen in their infancy by a banished lord, in revenge for an act of great injustice. Belarius had been a gallant soldier, first among the best, and much beloved by Cymbeline, by whose side he had often fought the Romans. But at the very height of his renown, he was suddenly reduced to the deepest disgrace, not for any fault of his own, but because 2 villains, whose false oaths prevailed before his perfect honor, swore to Cymbeline that he was confederate with the Romans. Then followed his banishment and his theft of the 2 young princes, and so for 20 years he had lived this wild life among the Welsh mountains, bringing up the boys as if they had been his own sons, and training them in all sorts of manly exercises. In this new existence, Belarius called himself Morgan. Cymbeline's eldest son, Guiderius, went by the name of Polydore, and the younger, Arviragus, was known as Cadwal. Weary and hungry with a long day's hunting, and looking forward to a good meal from the spoils of the chase, these three were about to enter their cave, when a sudden sign from Belarius stopped the other two. "Stay, come not in, but that it eat our victuals. I should think here was a fairy," said Belarius. "What's the matter, sir?" asked Guiderius, the elder son. "By Jupiter, an angel, or if not, an earthly paragon." "Behold divineness no elder than a boy," cried Belarius, as Imogen, alarmed by the sound of voices, came to the entrance of the cave. Terrified at the sight of these newcomers, who, for their part, stood gazing in bewilderment at the strange intruder, she began a hasty apology. "Good masters, harm me not. Before I entered here I called, and thought to have begged or bought what I have taken. Good troth, I have stolen nothing, and would not, though I had found gold strewn on the floor. Here's money for my meat. I would have left it on board as soon as I made my meal, and parted with prayers for the provider." "Money, youth?" exclaimed the elder prince disdainfully. "All gold and silver rather turn to dirt," added the second. "I see you are angry," said Imogen piteously. "No, if you kill me for my fault, I should have died if I had not made it." "Whither bound?" asked Belarius. "To Milford Haven." "What's your name?" "Fidele, sir. I have a kinsman who is bound for Italy. He embarked at Milford, to whom being on my way, almost spent with hunger, I am fallen into this offence." "Prithee, fair youth, think us no churls, nor measure our good minds by this rude place we live in," said Belarius kindly. "Well encountered. 'Tis almost night. You shall have better cheer ere you depart. Thanks to stay and eat it. Boys, bid him welcome." At Belarius's words, the two young princes stepped forward, and with most courteous grace did their best to comfort the timid wayfarer, trying with gentle words to put him at his ease, and saying affectionately they would love and welcome him like a brother. And so, cheered and comforted, and led by the younger lad's arm thrown protectively around her, the poor wanderer entered the rude cave, which love and courtesy made so fair an abiding place. End of Section 48. Recording by Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida. Section 49 of the Shakespeare Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Giordano. The Shakespeare Storybook by Mary MacLeod. Cymbeline, Part 3. Fidele. The absence of Imogen was not long in being discovered at court. The Queen secretly rejoiced, for she hoped that Imogen had either killed herself in despair, or gone to rejoin her husband, in which latter case she would be too deeply dishonoured ever to return. Either of these would forward the Queen's aim. For Imogen being disposed of, she would have the placing of the British crown. Cymbeline was so enraged at his daughter's disappearance that no one dared go near him. But Cloten, meeting Pisanio as he returned to the palace, forced from him the letter which Leontes had written to Imogen, telling her to meet him at Milford Haven. This put into Cloten's boorish head a brilliant scheme of revenge. He had not forgotten Imogen's disdainful taunt that she held in more respect the meanest garment of Leonidas than the noble person of Cloten, together with the adornment of his qualities. Cloten now procured from Pisanio a suit of clothes that had belonged to Leonidas. He intended to dress himself in these, and to go in pursuit of Imogen. He reckoned on finding her at Milford Haven with her husband, where he promised himself the pleasure of slaying Leontes in front of her eyes, in the very garments she had seen fit to honour so much, after which he intended to drive Imogen back to court, with the roughest and most insulting treatment he could devise. Such was the alluring plan which presented itself to the brain of this amiable creature, but the reality did not happen quite in accordance with the design he had sketched. Following in the track of Imogen, he managed to trace her to the cave which now sheltered her. There, happening to fall in with Belarius and the two young princes, Cloten at once began his usual style of bullying insult. Recognizing him for the Queen's son, and fearing some ambush which threatened danger to them, Belarius and Arviragus started to search for any enemies that might be hidden near, leaving the elder lad to deal with the intruder. The haughty spirit of Guiderius was certainly not framed to brook the uncalled-for insolence of this blusterer, and when Cloten addressed him as a robber, a lawbreaker, a villain, and bade him yield thee, thief, Guiderius retorted with equal scorn. Hence, he said disdainfully, thou art some fool. I am loath to beat thee. Thou injurious thief, hear but my name and tremble, cried the silly youth. What's thy name? Cloten, thou villain. Cloten, thou double villain, be thy name. I cannot tremble at it, said Guiderius contemptuously. Were it toad or adder or spider, it would move me sooner. To thy further fear, nay, to thy utter confusion, thou shalt know I am son to the Queen, said Cloten braggingly. I am sorry for it, not seeming so worthy as thy birth. Art not afraid? Demanded Cloten. Those that I reverence, those I fear, the wise, answered Guiderius. At fools I laugh, not fear them. Die the death, cried Cloten, springing at him. When I have slain thee with my own hand, I'll follow those that even now fled hence, and on the gates of Lud's town set your heads. Yield, rustic mountaineer. But the rustic mountaineer had no intention of yielding, and it was the head of the foolish Cloten that presently paid the penalty for its owner's blustering insolence. Safe in the love and protection of her unknown brothers, Imogen had lived for some days in their cave, making bright the rude dwelling with little womanly graces. Her new friends had taken her straight to their hearts, and in especial Arviragus, the younger prince, felt for this stranger a deep attachment which he was unable to explain. But all united in praise of Fidele. Belarius noted his noble bearing and gracious manners, which spoke of good breeding. How angel-like he sings, put in Arviragus, and Guiderius commended the daintiness of his cooking, which served dishes fit for the banquet of some goddess. But there came a day when Imogen could not attend as usual to her little household duties. She was very ill. Belarius bade her remain in the cave, and said they would come back to her after their hunting. Guiderius offered to remain at home with her, but Imogen would not hear of it. So, with many parting words of affection, at last they left her. Remembering the little box of drugs that Bassanio had given her as a wonderful cordial, Imogen now resolved to try its power. But instead of curing her at once, the effect, as the good physician Cornelius had foreseen, was to send her off into a heavy sleep which seemed exactly like death. On their return from hunting, Arviragus, running into the cave to look for Imogen, found her lying on the floor, her hands clasped, her right cheek reposing on a cushion. Thinking her asleep, Arviragus took off his rough brogue in order that he might tread softly. But alas, he soon found that no step or voice could awaken Fidele, from the smiling slumber in which he lay. Stricken with grief, the two princes prepared a bier to carry their dear young comrade to the place of burial. Arviragus saying that while summer lasted, and as long as he lived near, he would sweeten the sad grave with fairest flowers. Then, as they bore him on the bier, they spoke in turn a tender dirge, for their hearts were too full of grief to allow them to sing it. Fear no more the heat of the sun, nor the furious winter's rages. Thou thy worldly task hast done, home art gone, and ta'en thy wages. Golden lads and girls all must, as chimney sweepers, come to dust. Fear no more the frown o' the great, thou art past the tyrant's stroke. Care no more to clothe and eat, to thee the reed is as the oak. The sceptre, learning, psychic must all follow this, and come to dust. Fear no more the lightning flash, nor the all-dreaded thunderstone. Fear not slander, censure rash, thou hast finished joy and moan. All lovers young, all lovers must consign to thee, and come to dust. No exorciser harm thee, nor no witchcraft charm thee. Ghost unlaid forbear thee, nothing ill come near thee. Quiet consummation have, and renowned be thy grave. Grief for the loss of Imogen had for a moment caused the death of Cloten to be forgotten. But Belarius reminded the young princes that, after all, he was a queen's son, and though they had killed him as a foe, they must bury him as a prince. Fetching the dead body, therefore, they placed it not far from the bier where Imogen lay, and strewed both with flowers. Soon after the mourners had retired, Imogen woke from the sleep into which the drug had thrown her. As she recovered her dazed senses, she presently became aware that near at hand lay a dead man, and recognizing the garments of Leontes, she at once took for granted that it was indeed her husband who had been thus cruelly slain. Struck to the heart by this new sorrow, she flung herself half fainting on the body, and there soon afterwards she was found by the Roman general Lucius. Pitying her desolate condition, for he thought this lad in his page's dress was weeping over his dead master, Lucius took Imogen into his own service. On hearing of Cymbeline's refusal to pay tribute, the Roman emperor lost no time in sending over an army to enforce his demand. The rival forces met near Milford Haven, not far from the cave of Belarius. Hearing the noise of warfare, Belarius first suggested flight to the upper mountains for better security. But the noble spirit of the two young princes scorned such cowardly counsel, and they boldly demanded to throw in their lot with the British in fighting the enemy of their country. Leontes also, at this crisis, had returned from Rome, and, disguised as a poor soldier, he fought in the ranks of the British. Meeting Iachimo, who was commanding the Roman troops, Leontes fought with him on the battlefield, and vanquished him. The proud Roman was deeply mortified that a noble knight like himself should be overcome and disarmed by one whom he imagined to be a low churl. Repentance for the base way in which he had behaved to Imogen stirred in his heart. He thought it was the guilt and heaviness of his own soul that in this combat had unnerved his manhood and enfeebled his arm. As for Leontes, he fought in reckless despair, his grief for Imogen's murder, which he believed Bassanio to have carried out, making him long for the death which seemed to shun him. The valour of Guiderius and Arviragus had soon an opportunity of displaying itself. The British, sorely bested, were in act of flight, and Cymbeline had been captured by the Romans, when Belarius and the two princes went to his assistance, and with the aid of Leontes succeeded in rescuing the king. By their desperate courage they drove back the flying Britons, and forced them to rally and resist the foe, and finally achieve a brilliant victory. After the skirmish, some British soldiers coming across Leontes took him for a fugitive from the Romans and put him into prison. Leontes was ready to welcome bondage, for it was a way, as he looked at it, to liberty. Death was the key that would unbar those locks. His conscience was more heavily fettered than his limbs. It was not enough to be sorry. He longed to die. For Imogen's dear life, which she had stolen from her, he would gladly yield up his own. When, therefore, the jailers came the following morning to lead him forth to death, Leontes told them he was more than ready. He was merrier to die than they to live. Another messenger arriving with an order that his fetters were to be knocked off, and that he was to be conducted to the king, Leontes followed him willingly, believing that at last the moment for death had come. Cymbeline was seated in his tent, and at his side stood his three preservers, the aged warrior with white flowing beard, and the two gallant striplings. A fourth was missing, and Cymbeline lamented for him. A poor soldier, he said, who fought so nobly that his rags shamed gilded arms. Any one who found him should receive the highest favour from the king. No one could give tidings of this hero, but Cymbeline proceeded to confer the honour of knighthood on the three other champions, and to appoint them companions to his own person, with dignities becoming their estate. At this moment there came an interruption. Cornelius, the physician, entered. He brought the news that the wicked queen's life was ended, and that before her death she had confessed all her villainy, her duplicity towards Imogen, her intention of poisoning both her and Cymbeline, in order to secure the crown for her own son. The strange disappearance of Cloten, for whose sake she had wrought so much evil, and the consequent failure of all her schemes, made her grow desperate, and so in despair she died. Cymbeline could not but be moved by the account of this unsuspected treachery on the part of his wife, for she was as beautiful in person as she was wicked in mind, and he had been quite deceived by her. His thoughts now began to turn with tenderness to the innocent daughter whom he had treated with such unjust severity. Lucius, the Roman general, was next led as prisoner before the king. He was ready to accept with manly dignity the doom of death, which he presumed would be meted out to him. But he petitioned as a last favour that the life of his little page might be spared. Never master had a page so kind, so duteous, diligent, so tender on occasion, so deft and careful, pleaded Lucius. He hath done no Briton harm, though he hath served a Roman. Save him, sir, and spare no blood beside. Lucius's general plea was scarcely needed, for Cymbeline, touched by some deep feeling which she could not explain, had already been won over to the boy's side, and now not only granted him his life, but said he might ask what favour he chose, even if it were to demand the noblest prisoner taken. Lucius naturally expected that Fidele would take this opportunity to beg for his master's life, but Imogen had seen Iachimo standing among the other prisoners, and noticing on his finger the diamond ring which she had given to Leontes, she begged as her favour of the king that Iachimo should be bidden to say of whom he had received the ring. Iachimo, who had long bitterly repented of his unworthy deed, now made a true confession of all that had happened, lavishing praise on Leontes and his peerless wife, and heaping all the blame upon himself. Leontes, who had been standing in the background, unable to contain himself when he heard how cruelly he had been tricked, would gladly have killed Iachimo on the spot, and then died himself with grief and shame. "Oh, Imogen, my queen, my life, my wife!" he cried, frantic with despair at the tragedy he had himself wrought. "Oh, Imogen, Imogen, Imogen!" But, happily, the calamity was not past remedy. Imogen herself was at hand, and soon everything was put right. Belarius restored to Cymbeline the two boys stolen in infancy, and in the joy of finding them again, Cymbeline pardoned the offender. "I lost my children," he said. "If these be they, I know not how to wish a pair of worthier sons." The young princes welcomed with rapture their dear young comrade Fidele, whom they had mourned as dead, and who was now given back to them as their own beloved sister. To Caius Lucius, the Roman general, Cymbeline, with royal generosity, announced that, though the victor, he would henceforth pay to Augustus Caesar the rightful tribute he demanded, which his wicked queen had dissuaded him from doing. The poor soldier whom Cymbeline was desirous of thanking turned out to be no other than Leonidas, his own son-in-law. Even Iachimo met with mercy. In deep contrition he knelt before Leonidas, saying humbly, "Take that life, I beseech you, which I owe you, but your ring first, and here the bracelet of the truest princess that ever swore her faith." "Kneel not to me," said Leonidas. "The power that I have over you is to spare you, the malice towards you to forgive you, live, and deal with others better." "Nobly doomed," pronounced Cymbeline. "We will learn generosity of our son-in-law. Pardons, the word to all." End of section 49. Recording by Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 50 of the Shakespeare Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Peter. The Shakespeare Storybook by Mary MacLeod. The Winter's Tale, Part 1. At the Palace of Leontes, the Oracle speaks. At the Palace of Leontes. Leontes, king of Sicilia, and Polixenes, king of Bohemia, had always been the closest and dearest friends. Trained together in childhood, and as boys never apart, a deep-rooted affection had sprung up between them, and when the necessities of their royal birth and dignities made separation necessary, by calling each to rule over his own kingdom, they still kept up the warmest intercourse by gifts, letters, and loving embassies. Both in due course married. Hermione, wife of Leontes, was a noble and beautiful woman, and they had one child, a princely boy called Mamillius. Polixenes, in Bohemia, had also one boy, Florizel, within a month of the same age as Mamillius. When the children were 5 years old, Polixenes came to pay a visit to Leontes, and for many months he remained at Sicilia, renewing the happy days of boyhood with his old friend, and made cordially welcome by Hermione for the sake of her husband. But at last the time came when Polixenes must turn his steps homeward. He had been long absent from Bohemia, and matters of state required his presence. Leontes pressed him warmly to remain, even if it were only for a few days longer, but Polixenes was firm. Then Leontes bade his wife try her powers of persuasion. Glad to please her husband, and liking their visitor for his own sake, Hermione merely announced that she absolutely refused to let Polixenes go. It was useless for him to pretend excuses. Bohemia was getting on very well without him. Polixenes must learn, she said, that a lady's verily was just as potent as a lord's, and she had said verily he must stay, either as her prisoner or her guest. He could take his choice, whichever he preferred,
but one of them he certainly should be. Polixenes could not be so churlish as to resist such a sweet pleader, and accordingly he said he would stay for another week. But no sooner was this point settled than a strange fit of jealous rage took possession of Leontes. To his unhappy temper it seemed that Hermione was showing far too much affection to this friend of his, and he was enraged that Polixenes had consented to do for her what he had refused to do for himself. With growing wrath he watched their light-hearted cordiality, for Hermione was gay and joyous by nature, and her innocent playfulness was always ready to sparkle forth in merry words. Instead of trying to banish his sullen suspicions, Leontes chose to keep brooding over them, and presently they overmastered his reason to such an extent that he confided them to one of his lords, called Camillo, and ordered him to find means of poisoning Polixenes. In vain did the honest old courtier try to argue with Leontes, begging him to put aside such delusions, for they were most dangerous, and protesting there was no truth whatever in them. Leontes refused to listen to reason, and Camillo thought the best plan was to appear to yield. He therefore said he would undertake to get rid of Polixenes, provided that after he was gone, Leontes would promise to treat his queen exactly the same as formerly. This, Leontes replied, it was his intention to do. Camillo, however, instead of poisoning Polixenes, warned him of the danger he was in, and the King of Bohemia, already put on his guard by the frowning looks which met him in all directions, determined to leave at once. Knowing that it would be impossible to continue in the service of Leontes when the latter discovered what he had done, Camillo accepted an offer from Polixenes to join his followers, and the two left Sicilia that very night. Leontes, hearing of their hasty departure, was more convinced than ever in his suspicions, and in spite of the indignant remonstrances of all his lords, his next step was to order the imprisonment of his noble queen. Not long after she was shut up in prison, Hermione had a little baby girl, but in his fury against his wife, Leontes refused to see his little daughter, or to treat her in any way as a child of his own. All the court ladies were devoted to their beloved queen, and not one of them but believed in her innocence, and was indignant to the cruel way in which she was treated. But not contented with simply pitying her, one of them, Paulina, wife of the Lord Antigonus, determined to make an effort to get justice done. She thought that perhaps at the sight of the innocent little child, the king's stubborn heart might relent. Paulina was a woman of firm and dauntless character. She went to the prison, calmly carried off the infant in the face of some feeble objections from the jailer. Then, proceeding to the palace, she insisted on making her way into the presence of the king. Leontes ordered her to be removed, but the spirited lady drew herself up with such an air of defiance that for a moment no man dared lay hands on her. "Of my own accord I will go, but first I'll do my errand," she said haughtily. Then, kneeling before the king, she placed the child at his feet. "The good queen, for she is good, hath brought you forth a daughter," she said. "Here it is. She commends it to your blessing." But her appeal was useless. With uncontrolled fury Leontes bade her begone, and to take the child with her. Paulina cared nothing for his wild torrent of abuse, but unflinchingly expressed her opinion that he was acting in a most senseless manner, and said that his cruel usage of the queen would make him scandalous to the world. The outspoken lady was at last hustled away, but she left the child behind her, bidding the king look to it. Paulina's husband, Antigonus, had taken up the infant in pity, and now Leontes turned on him with fury, accusing him of having set on his wife, and ordering him to take away the child and kill it. Antigonus respectfully denied that he had set on his wife, and the other lords confirmed what he said, and further besought on their knees that Leontes would relent from his horrible purpose. Softening a little, Leontes grudgingly consented that the child might live, but he forthwith commanded Antigonus, on his allegiance, to carry it away to some remote and desert place quite out of his dominions, and there leave it, without more mercy, to its own protection and the favour of the climate. Chance might nurse it, or end it. Antigonus, though sore at heart, did as he had sworn to the king he would do, and carried away the child. That night, as he was in the ship that conveyed them away from the domain of Sicilia, there came to him a dream. The spirit of Hermione stood before him, clad in pure white robes, her eyes flashing fire. When their fury was spent, she spoke thus: Good Antigonus, since fate, against thy better disposition, had made thy person for the thrower out of my poor babe, according to thine oath, there are places remote enough in Bohemia. There weep, and leave it crying. And because the babe is counted lost for ever, prithee call it Perdita. For this ungentle business, put on thee by my lord, thou never more shalt see thy wife Paulina. And so, wailing, the vision melted into the air. In accordance with this dream, Antigonus carried the babe into the country of Bohemia. Unable to weep, but his heart bleeding for pity at the cruel deed which his oath enjoined on him, he placed it tenderly on the ground. As he turned away, he was pursued by a savage bear, which made him take to instant flight. He had not, therefore, the happiness of knowing that the little child found a speedy preserver, for within a few minutes an aged shepherd, in search of some strayed sheep, came that way. "Good luck, what have we here?" he cried in astonishment. "Mercy on us, a bairn! A very pretty bairn! A boy or a girl, I wonder? A pretty one, a very pretty one! I'll take it up for pity, yet I'll tarry till my son come. He hallooed but even now. Wo-ho-ho!" The shepherd's son, coming up to wonder over the strange discovery, soon noticed there was a heap of gold hidden away in the costly wrappings of the little foundling, and rejoicing in their luck, the rustics carried Perdita home to their shepherd's cottage. The oracle speaks. Leontes, in order to avoid the reproach of tyranny, which he feared his people had only too much reason to fasten on him, decreed that the queen should be openly tried in a court of justice, and herself appear in person to answer the charges he had seen fit to bring against her. He had dispatched messengers to the temple of Apollo, at Delphos, to consult the oracle, and on their return the trial was appointed to take place. The messengers had brought back the answer of the oracle in a sealed cover, and at the proper moment during the trial the seals would be broken, and the verdict would be read in open court. Hermione's answer to the accusations brought against her was an indignant denial. She declared that she had never had for Polixenes more affection than was right and fitting for any honourable lady to have for her guest, such an affection as Leontes himself had commanded her to bestow on the friend who had loved him from infancy. She had never conspired with Camillo against Leontes. All she knew was that Camillo was an honest man, and she was entirely ignorant why he had left the court. The only effect these words had on Leontes was to make him more violent than ever. He told his wife that as she had already been past all shame, so she was now past all truth, and he threatened her with the punishment of death. "Sir, spare your threats," said Hermione with noble dignity. "The spectre you would frighten me with I seek. To me life is no great thing to be desired. The crown and comfort of my life, your favour, is lost, for I feel it to be gone, though I know not how it went. My second joy, my firstborn child, I am debarred from his presence like one infectious. My third comfort, my dear little innocent baby, has been torn from me. I have myself been branded with disgrace on every hand, and lastly, I have been hurried here to this place, in the open court, while I am still weak and ill, and unfitted to appear. Now, my liege, tell me what blessings I have here while I am alive, that I should fear to die. Therefore proceed. But yet, hear this. Mistake me not. I do not beg for life. I prize it not a straw. But for mine honour I will not have that condemned without any proof except what your jealous surmises awake. My lords, I refer me to the oracle. Apollo be my judge." The councillors present declared that Hermione's request was altogether just, and ordered the messengers from Delphos to be summoned. The latter then handed the officer of the court the sealed letter from the oracle, which he forthwith opened and read in the presence of all. The oracle spoke thus: "Hermione is innocent, Polixenes blameless, Camillo a true subject, Leontes a jealous tyrant. The innocent babe is his daughter, and the king shall live without an heir, if that which is lost be not found." "Now blessed be the great Apollo!" shouted all the lords. "Praised!" cried Hermione. "Hast thou read truth?" demanded Leontes. "Ay, my lord, even so as it is here set down," said the officer of the court. "There is no truth at all in the oracle," exclaimed Leontes. "The trial shall proceed. This is mere falsehood." But at that instant came a terrible shock to the headstrong king. A servant entered with the mournful tidings that the young prince, the noble boy Mamillius, was dead. The separation from his beloved mother, and dread as to her possible fate, had so wrought on the imagination of the sensitive child that he had died of grief. On hearing of this new calamity, Hermione's fortitude gave way, and she fell fainting to the ground. Leontes' stubborn spirit began to quail. He saw in this blow the wrath of heaven against his injustice. He admitted that he had too much believed his suspicions. He ordered that the queen should be carried away, and every remedy tenderly applied to restore her to life. In his new terror he hastily began to make good resolutions. He would be reconciled with Polixenes. He would woo the queen again. He would recall Camillo, whom he forthwith proclaimed a man of mercy and truth, for by his piety and humanity he had saved the life of Polixenes when Leontes would have poisoned him. But these good resolves came too late. Even as Leontes was speaking, Paulina rushed back into the court, weeping and wringing her hands. With burning words that went straight to the truth, she hurled the bitterest reproaches at the king, denouncing his tyranny and worse than childish jealousy, which had led to one evil after another. He had betrayed Polixenes, attempted to poison Camillo's honour, cast forth to the crows his baby daughter, had indirectly brought about the death of the young prince. But last, beyond all these things, worst of all, the queen was dead. "Oh, thou tyrant!" she cried, almost distracted with grief, "do not repent these things, for they are heavier than all thy woes can stir. Therefore betake thee to nothing but despair. 1,000 knees, 10,000 years together, naked, fasting upon a barren mountain, and still winter and storm perpetual, could not move the gods to look on thee with pity." Go on, murmured the conscience-stricken Leontes. "I have deserved all tongues to talk their bitterest." Paulina, seeing that Leontes was sincere in his repentance, now softened, and in a impulsive fashion asked pardon for her rash and impetuous words. But Leontes was honest enough to own that she had spoken nothing but truth, and he would not let her retract what she had said. "Prithee, bring me to the dead bodies of my wife and son," he said. "One grave shall be for both. On it shall appear the cause of their death, for my perpetual shame. Once a day I'll visit the chapel where they lie, and tears shed there shall be my recreation." So the unhappy king strove in vain by a tardy penance to atone for the wrongs he had done. End of section 50. Section 51 of the Shakespeare Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Peter. The Shakespeare Storybook by Mary MacLeod. The Winter's Tale, Part 2. A Queen of Curds and Cream. The Oracle Fulfilled. A Queen of Curds and Cream. 16 years had rolled away since the day when the shepherd had found the little deserted baby and taken it to his own cottage. The old man had prospered since those days, and from having almost nothing had risen to large estates. The maiden who passed as his daughter had grown into such rare loveliness that the report of her beauty spread through all the country of Bohemia, and even reached the palace of the king. Polixenes, it will be remembered, had one son, Florizel, who was the same age as the young Prince Mamilius of Sicilia, dead 16 years before. Prince Florizel at this time was about 21 years old. It happened one day, when he was out hawking, that his falcon flew across the land belonging to the shepherd, and seeing Perdita, Florizel was so struck by her charm and beauty that he at once fell in love with her. From that day he was a constant visitor at the shepherd's house, so much so that the king, his father, noticed his frequent absence from home, and taking counsel with Camillo, they decided to go themselves to the shepherd's house in disguise to see what could be the attraction that was always taking the prince to this homely dwelling. The day they chose for their expedition was the great feast of the sheep-shearing, when all the shepherds and shepherdesses collected together to make merry. Among the company, in the guise of a shepherd, came Florizel, who was only known to the adopted father of Perdita as Doricles, and whom he imagined to be nothing but a humble swain. The old shepherd had provided a goodly entertainment for his guests, and seeing that Perdita was inclined to be too shy and retiring, he insisted on her taking full direction of everything, reminding her that she was the hostess of the meeting, and that she must bid all these unknown friends welcome. "Come, quench your blushes, and present yourself that which you are, mistress of the feast," he said. "Come on, and bid us welcome to your sheep-shearing, so your good flock shall prosper." Thus urged, Perdita made a brave effort to conquer her girlish shyness, and with the prettiest grace possible she went up to the two strangers whom her father had pointed out, and bade them welcome. These strangers were Polixenes and Camillo. Calling to her a shepherdess who was carrying a basket of flowers, Perdita selected some and gave a little posy to each of the strangers. "Reverend sirs, for you there's rosemary and rue. These keep seeming and savour all the winter long. Grace and remembrance be to you both, and welcome to our shearing." Polixenes and Camillo were enchanted with the loveliness and modest grace of this lowly-born damsel, who, in spite of her bashfulness, showed that she could answer with wit and intelligence when they began to converse with her. For the king and Camillo, Perdita had chosen the flowers of middle summer: hot lavender, mint, savoury, marjoram, the marigold that goes to bed with the sun and with him rises weeping. These are the flowers of middle summer, and these she thought suitable to give to men of middle age. But when a bevy of fair young shepherdesses approached, in all the first sweet bloom of early girlhood, she longed to have some flowers of the spring that would become their time of day. "O Proserpina, for the flowers now, that frighted thou lett'st fall from Dis's wagon," she cried. "Daffodils, that come before the swallow dares, and take the winds of March with beauty. Violets dim, but sweeter than the lids of Juno's eyes, or Cytherea's breath. Pale primroses, that die unmarried ere they can behold bright Phoebus in his strength. Bold oxlips, and the crown imperial. Lilies of all kinds, the flower de luce being one. Oh, these I lack to make you garlands of." "This is the prettiest low-born lass that ever ran on green sward," cried Polixenes when, a few minutes later, Perdita led off with Florizel the rustic dance of shepherds and shepherdesses. "Nothing she does or seems but smacks of something greater than herself, too noble for this place." "Good sooth," agreed Camillo, "she is the queen of curds and cream." "Pray, good shepherd, what fair swain is this who dances with your daughter?" asked Polixenes of their aged host. The shepherd replied that he was called Doricles, and boasted that he was well off. He had it only on the young man's own report, but he believed it, for he looked like truth. "He says he loves my daughter. I think so too, and, to be plain, I think there is not half a kiss to choose which loves the other best." "She dances featly," said the king. "So she does everything, though I report it who should be silent. If young Doricles do light upon her, she shall bring him that which he dreams not of." But in spite of the king's admiration for Perdita, he had no mind that the heir to the throne of Bohemia should wed the daughter of a lowly shepherd. As the feast went on and became merrier and more uproarious, Florizel could no longer restrain his affection, and calling the two strangers as witness, he begged that the contract of marriage between himself and Perdita should be there and then concluded. The aged shepherd was quite willing to join their hands, but Polixenes bade the young man pause. "Had he no father?" he asked, "and did he know of this?" "He neither does nor shall," replied Florizel. "Methinks a father is, at the nuptial of his son, a guest that best becomes the table," said Polixenes. "Was the father incapable, stupid with age or illness, crazy, childish?" "No," answered Florizel to all this, but he nevertheless persisted in refusing to let him know what was taking place. Then Polixenes threw off his disguise and revealed himself as the king. All was now consternation. He terrified the shepherd by saying he would probably be hanged for letting his daughter entrap the young prince. He commanded Florizel to part instantly from Perdita, and follow him to the court, and he threatened the maiden with cruel death if ever she dared henceforth to encourage his son by the slightest word or caress. The old shepherd was in despair at the king's displeasure, for it meant ruin to them all, and perhaps a shameful death for himself. Perdita prepared with a breaking heart to give up her lover. She had often warned him what would come of this. She was no fitting mate for a prince. Her dream of happiness was over. "Being now awake, I'll queen it no inch further, but milk my ewes and weep," she murmured sorrowfully. But Florizel had no intention of giving up the bride to whom he had plighted his troth. Not for Bohemia, not for all the pomp that the sun saw, or the earth held, or the sea hid, would he break his oath to his beloved. Camillo, who had remained behind when Polixenes wrathfully departed, tried to reason with the prince, but Florizel was resolute. For some time, fearing a possible event such as had now happened, he had had a ship prepared for flight, which was riding at anchor close by. He bade Camillo return to court and inform Polixenes that he had put to sea with Perdita. What course he meant to hold it would be better for Camillo not to know, or the prince to tell. A plan now occurred to the good Camillo by which he hoped to benefit everyone concerned. He still kept a warm feeling of affection for his late master, Leontes, and often during his 16 years of exile he had longed to return to Sicilia. He now proposed to Florizel that he should carry Perdita to the court of Leontes, where they would be certain to receive the warmest welcome from the repentant king, who would be anxious to make every possible amends to the son for the way in which he had treated the father. Camillo, meanwhile, would stay with Polixenes, and do everything in his power to soften his resentment and reconcile him to his son's marriage. The oracle fulfilled. After the departure of Florizel and Perdita, the shepherd's son, seeing the despair of the old man because of the disgrace he had fallen into, counselled him to go and tell the king that Perdita was no daughter of his. "There is no other way but to tell the king she is a changeling, and none of your flesh and blood," he declared. "She being none of your flesh and blood has not offended the king, and so your flesh and blood is not to be punished by him. Show those things you found about her, those secret things, all but what she has with her. This being done, let the law go whistle, I warrant you." "I will tell the king all, every word," said the timorous old man. "Yea, and his son's pranks too, who I may say is no honest man, neither to his father nor to me, to go about to make me the king's brother-in-law." The worthy rustics at once put their intention into practice, and hearing that the king had already left the palace in pursuit of his son, they followed him to the seaside, to deliver over the things which had been found with the deserted infant. Since the death of Hermione, Leontes had lived a life of penance and gravity, devoting himself to the memory of his lost wife and son. Some of his counsellors would fain have persuaded the king to marry again, but the impetuous lady, Paulina, faithful to her deeply wronged mistress, declared that there was no lady living that could be compared with her, or was fit to take her position as queen. Paulina reminded Leontes also of the words of the oracle, which had said that there would be no heir to the throne until that which was lost was found. Leontes, who was much more tractable than of old, and who knew now how to value the unflinching honesty of this outspoken lady, replied that he would never marry again until Paulina herself bade him do so. "That shall be when your first queen breathes again, never till then," said Paulina. And matters were in this state when Florizel and Perdita reached Sicilia. The young pair received the warmest welcome from Leontes, but closely following their arrival came a messenger from Polixenes, begging Leontes to seize hold of the prince, who, casting off both his dignity and duty, had fled from his father, and from his hopes, with a shepherd's daughter. Polixenes himself had arrived in Sicilia, bringing with him the old shepherd, the seeming father of Perdita. But the momentary cloud was soon dispelled, and great and unexpected joy filled the whole country. The things which the aged shepherd had taken to Polixenes furnished full proof that the rescued little babe was no other than the long-lost daughter of Leontes. The mantle of Queen Hermione, her jewel on the neck of it, letters of Antigonus found with it, which they knew to be in his handwriting, the majesty of Perdita herself, which so closely resembled her mother, the nobility of her bearing, which nature showed was above her breeding, and many other evidences, proclaimed her with all certainty to be the king's daughter. All was now rejoicing. Bonfires were lighted, and crowds ran about the streets, gossiping over the news, and wondering at all the strange things that were taking place. The meeting of the two kings, it was reported, was a sight never to be forgotten. Such a weeping for joy, casting up of eyes, and holding up of hands. Leontes, overcome with rapture at finding his daughter again, one moment embraced her, the next cried, "Oh, thy mother, thy mother!" Then he asked forgiveness of Polixenes, then embraced his son-in-law, once more flung his arms round his daughter, now thanked the old shepherd, who stood by like a weather-beaten relic of many kings' reigns. So with Paulina, joy and sorrow strove for utterance at the sight of the young princess. One moment she wept for the loss of her husband, whom the shepherd's son had seen killed by the bear. The next she was filled with rapture that the oracle was fulfilled. She lifted the princess from the ground, and so locked her in an embrace, as if she would pin her to her heart, that she might no more be in danger of losing her. The princess was told of her mother's death, with the manner how she came by it, bravely confessed and lamented by the king himself. Hearing that there was a wonderful statue of the queen, which had taken many years to make, and which was just completed, and in the keeping of Paulina, Perdita was most desirous to see it, and thither the royal party and all their company of lords and ladies now went. On arriving at Paulina's house, Leontes looked all about for the statue, but though Paulina led them through a gallery rich with many rare and beautiful objects, they did not see there what Perdita had come to look upon, the statue of her mother. At last they reached the chapel, and Leontes ventured to remind Paulina of the object of their visit. "As she lived peerless," replied Paulina, "so her dead likeness, I do well believe, excels whatever yet you looked upon, or hand of man hath done. Therefore I keep it lonely, apart. But here it is, prepared to see the life as vividly mocked as ever still sleep mocked death. Behold, and say 'tis well." Paulina drew back a curtain, and there, beautiful and motionless before their eyes, stood the majestic image of the dead queen. For a moment they stood mute and breathless, gazing in amazement, for surely artist's cunning had never wrought so wonderful a representation of life. "I like your silence," said Paulina. "It the more shows off your wonder. But yet, speak. First you, my liege. Comes it not something near?" "Her natural posture," murmured Leontes. "Chide me, dear stone, that I may say indeed thou art Hermione, or rather thou art she in thy not chiding, for she was as tender as infancy and grace. But yet, Paulina, Hermione was not so much wrinkled, nothing so aged as this seems." "Oh, not by much," said Polixenes. "So much the more our carver's excellence," said Paulina, "which lets go by some 16 years, and makes her as if she lived now." "As now she might have done," sighed Leontes. "Oh, thus she stood, even with such life of majesty, warm life, as now it coldly stands, when first I wooed her." "Give me leave," said Perdita, "and do not say 'tis superstition that I kneel and then implore her blessing. Lady, dear queen, that ended when I but began, give me that hand of yours to kiss." "Oh, patience," said Paulina. "The statue is but newly fixed. The colour is not dry." She made a movement to draw the curtain, saying that if they looked much longer they would presently think the statue moved, but Leontes implored her to let him gaze at it longer, for the more he did so, the more lifelike it appeared. It seemed to breathe. There was light in the eyes. It recalled to him all his love and sorrow for the lost Hermione. "Let no man mock me," he said, "for I will kiss it." Paulina begged him to forbear, and again offered to draw the curtain, and again he prevented her. "Either forbear, and at once leave the chapel, or prepare for further amazement," said Paulina. "If you can behold it, I'll make the statue move indeed, descend, and take you by the hand. But then you'll think, which I protest against, I am assisted by wicked powers." "What you can make her do, I am content to look on," said Leontes. "What to speak, I am content to hear, for it is as easy to make her speak as move." Then Paulina bade music sound, and as the soft strains floated through the chapel, the statue of Hermione stirred, stepped down from its place, and took Leontes by the hand. Yes, it was indeed Hermione, living and breathing, as she had parted from her husband 16 years ago. His long sorrow and penance were over. Henceforth he would live in tenderest affection with his deeply cherished wife. The faithful Paulina was not left to spend her latter years in loneliness. Antigonus was dead, but Leontes reminded her that as she had found a second wife for him, so he would find a second husband for her. "I'll not seek far," he said, "to find thee an honourable husband, for I partly know his mind. Come, Camillo, and take by the hand this lady, whose worth and honesty are richly noted, and here proclaimed by us, a pair of kings. End of section 51.
Section 52 of the Shakespeare Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. The Shakespeare Storybook by Mary MacLeod. The Comedy of Errors, Part 1. A Walk Through Ephesus. There was once a merchant of Syracuse, called Aegeon, who had 2 baby sons, the one so like the other that it was impossible to tell them apart. At the time these children were born, Aegeon was traveling, for his business often compelled him to make long journeys. It happened that on the same day, and in the self-same inn, a poor woman had also twin sons. The parents being extremely poor, and those being the days of slavery, Aegeon bought and brought up these children to attend on his own sons. When they were still quite young, Aegeon and his wife started to return home. On the voyage back, a dreadful storm arose. The sailors saved themselves in a boat, but left the merchant, his wife, and the children on the doomed vessel. The wife, seeing the fate that threatened them, bound one of her children and one of the twin slaves to a small mast. The merchant was equally heedful of the other 2 boys, and the children being thus disposed of, the father and mother also bound themselves, one to each mast. Presently the storm abated, the sun again shone forth, and by his light the merchant saw 2 ships in the distance, making towards them, one of which seemed to be from Corinth, the other from Epidaurus. But before they could reach them, their own ship was driven violently against a huge rock and split in 2. Parents and children were tossed into the sea. The mother and the 2 elder boys were picked up by the fishermen of Corinth, and at length the merchant and the other 2 boys were rescued by the other ship. The latter would have pursued the fishermen and reft them of their prey, but that their ship was too slow of sail, so they had to pursue their way homeward. At 18 years of age, the youngest boy became inquisitive after his brother, and begged his father to let him go in quest of him, taking with him his attendant, who was in the like plight as himself. Aegeon, himself longing to behold once more the wife and son whom he had lost, at last gave a reluctant consent. So Antipholus of Syracuse and Dromio of Syracuse departed on their voyage of discovery. But time passed, and they did not return. At last Aegeon determined to go himself in search of them. 5 years he spent in the furthest Greece, roaming through the bounds of Asia, till at last, coasting homeward, he came to Ephesus, hopeless of finding the lost boys, yet loath to leave unsought either that or any place which harboured men. It happened at that time, owing to the enmity and discord between the towns of Ephesus and Syracuse, that it had been agreed in solemn synod by the citizens of both to admit no traffic with the adverse town. If any native of Ephesus were seen at Syracuse, or if any native of Syracuse came to the bay of Ephesus, he was to die, and his goods were to be confiscated at the disposal of the Duke, unless he could levy 1,000 marks to pay the penalty and ransom himself. Aegeon, being a native of Syracuse, on arriving at Ephesus, was arrested under the law, and brought before the Duke. His possessions not amounting to the value of even 100 marks, he was condemned to die. The Duke of Ephesus, on hearing the pitiful tale which Aegeon related, would gladly, out of compassion, have released him, but it was not possible to recall the sentence of death, which had been passed, unless the fine were paid. The Duke granted what favour lay in his power, and gave the merchant a day's grace, bidding him seek all the friends he had in Ephesus, and try to beg or borrow the sum required in order to save his life. Unknown to Aegeon, it happened that not only the son of whom he was in search, but also the other son whom he had lost years before, was at that time in Ephesus. The latter had been settled there for many years, and was married to a wife called Adriana. Both sons of the merchant were known by the same name, Antipholus, and both their slave attendants were called Dromio. The resemblance which had been so strong in the infancy of the two set of twins still continued, and after the arrival in Ephesus of Antipholus and Dromio from Syracuse, this resemblance was to lead to endless confusion. The news that a merchant of Syracuse had been arrested soon spread through the city. Antipholus, who had just arrived after a long journey, was warned by a friendly merchant, who, paying him a large sum of money which he had in keeping for him, counselled Antipholus not to let it be known he came from Syracuse. Antipholus dispatched his servant Dromio with the money back to the inn, the Centaur, where they were lodging, saying he would return there in an hour to dinner. In the meantime he intended to walk about and view the city, lamenting the while that he had not yet found the lost mother and brother of whom he was in search. Much to the surprise of Antipholus, he presently saw a man approaching whom he took to be his servant Dromio. As a matter of fact, it was his servant's twin brother, who, for his part, mistook Antipholus for his own master. "What now? How chances it you are returned so soon?" demanded Antipholus of Syracuse. "Returned so soon? Rather approached too late," retorted Dromio of Ephesus. "The capon burns, the pig falls from the spit, the clock hath struck 12. And he went on to say that his mistress was very angry because the dinner was getting cold, and his master had not returned. "Stop, sir," said Antipholus, checking his rapid flow of words. "Tell me this, I pray. Where have you left the money I gave you?" "Oh, 6 pence that I had on Wednesday last to pay the saddler for my mistress's crupper." "The saddler had it, sir. I did not keep it." "I am not in a sportive humour now," said Antipholus sternly, for he knew that Dromio was a merry fellow who loved a jest. "Tell me, and dally not, where is the money? We being strangers here, how dare you trust so great a charge out of your own custody?" But Dromio persisted that Antipholus had given him no money, and kept on begging him to come home to his wife, who was waiting dinner for him at the Phoenix. Antipholus, at last quite losing his temper at what he imagined was his servant's impertinence, fell on him and began to beat him, whereupon Dromio took to his heels and disappeared. "Upon my life," thought Antipholus, "the villain has been overreached of all my money. They say this town is full of trickery, such as simple jugglers who deceive the eye, sorcerers and witches, disguised cheaters, prating mountebanks, and many such like sinners. If it prove so, I will the sooner be gone. I'll go to the Centaur to seek this slave. I greatly fear my money is not safe." Adriana, meanwhile, was greatly annoyed with her husband for not returning, and it was useless for her sister Luciana to counsel patience. When Dromio came back, and instead of bringing his master reported his strange behaviour, Adriana became more incensed than ever. "Go back again, thou slave, and fetch him home," she commanded angrily. "Go back again, and be new beaten home?" said poor Dromio. "For heaven's sake, send some other messenger." "Hence, prating peasant, fetch thy master home," cried the irate lady, threatening to strike him. Dromio thought it discreet to obey, but he went off grumbling. "You spurn me hence, and he will spurn me hither. If I continue in this service, you must case me in leather." When the man had gone, Luciana rebuked her sister for her impatience, saying that probably her husband was kept by business. But Adriana would not be soothed. She was full of jealous anger, declaring that she stayed at home neglected, while her husband amused himself abroad with merry companions. He was certainly tired of her, and had found someone he liked better. "Self-harming jealousy! Fie! Beat it hence!" said Luciana. But Adriana paid no heed to her wise counsels, preferring to make herself unhappy with groundless jealousy. Antipholus of Syracuse, on reaching the Centaur Inn, found that his gold was perfectly safe, but he was still extremely annoyed with Dromio for his ill-timed jesting, and when the slave appeared, he asked him what he meant by behaving in such a fashion. Was he mad that he had answered him so madly? Dromio, of course, replied that he had never seen his master since he parted from him until that moment, and he further asked, what did his master mean by such a jest? Enraged by this apparent fresh impudence on the part of his slave, Antipholus began to beat him soundly. But both master and man were to be still further bewildered, for at this moment up came two ladies, one of whom addressed Antipholus as if he were her husband, and began to reproach him for his unkind behaviour. "Ay, Antipholus, look strange and frown," she said. "Some other lady has your sweet expression. I am not Adriana, nor your wife. The time was once when you would vow that never words were music to your ear, that never object was pleasing to your eye, that never touch was welcome to your hand, that never mint was savoury to your taste, unless I spake, or looked, or touched, or carved it to you. How comes it now, my husband? Oh, how comes it that you are thus estranged from yourself? Ah, do not tear yourself away from me." "Plead you to me, fair dame? I do not know you," answered the bewildered Antipholus. "I have only been in Ephesus 2 hours. I am as strange to your town as to your talk. I cannot understand one word of what you say." "Fie, brother, how the world is changed with you!" said Luciana. "When were you wont to treat my sister thus? She sent a message by Dromio to tell you to come home to dinner." "By Dromio?" said Antipholus. "By me?" echoed Dromio, who of course was not the one she had sent. "By thee," retorted Adriana, and she repeated the answer her own servant had brought back. Antipholus began to think he must be dreaming, and had been married to Adriana in his sleep. But when both the ladies insisted on his going back with them to dinner, he allowed himself to be persuaded, and determined to see what would be the end of this strange adventure. As for Dromio, he was told to act porter at the gate, and to let no one enter unless he wanted another beating. End of Section 52. Recording by Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida. Section 53 of The Shakespeare Story Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Giordano. The Shakespeare Story Book by Mary MacLeod. The Comedy of Errors, Part 2. Confusion, Worse Confounded. Dromio of Ephesus, who for the second time had been sent in search of his master, at last found him. Antipholus of Ephesus had been detained at the shop of a goldsmith, Angelo, who was making a chain for his wife. The chain was not yet completed, but was promised for a little later. Antipholus returned home, bringing with him as guests the goldsmith Angelo and a merchant called Balthazar. But when they reached the house they were refused admittance. No argument or entreaty would induce the porter or the servants inside to open the door. They said their master and Dromio were already at home, and that these must be impostors. Antipholus at last went away in a rage, saying that he would go and dine somewhere else, where he was treated with less disdain. Meanwhile, inside the house, Luciana was not at all pleased with the way her supposed brother-in-law was behaving to his wife, and when they found themselves alone, she took him to task about it. Antipholus of Syracuse again persisted that Adriana was no wife of his. In fact, he said, he very much preferred Luciana herself. Luciana did not think it right to listen to such speeches, and went off to fetch her sister, leaving Antipholus more than ever charmed with her gentle grace, enchanting beauty, and wise discourse. While he was musing over this, and thinking it high time that he should leave Ephesus, which seemed to him inhabited by none but witches, Angelo the goldsmith came that way, bringing the chain which Antipholus of Ephesus had ordered as a present for his wife. Antipholus of Syracuse, to whom he handed it in mistake, of course knew nothing about it, and declared he had never ordered it. But Angelo insisted on his keeping it, saying he would come back at 5 o'clock for the money. Antipholus had already sent Dromio to find out if there were any ships sailing from Ephesus, for he did not want to stay a single night in such a queer place. He now resolved to go and wait for Dromio in the market, so they could get off at the first possible moment. Angelo the goldsmith was in debt to another merchant, and now the creditor began to press for his money. Angelo replied that the very sum he owed was due to him from Antipholus. He expected to receive the money at 5 o'clock that day, and if the merchant would walk down with him to the house, he would discharge the bond. Antipholus of Ephesus, however, saved them the trouble by walking up at that moment. Angelo asked him for payment for the chain, which, of course, this Antipholus declared he had never had. Angelo protested that he had given it to him only half an hour before. Antipholus indignantly denied it. The merchant creditor now lost patience, thinking Angelo only wished to escape by some false excuse, and he ordered an officer to arrest him. Angelo, feeling that his reputation was at stake, then ordered the officer to arrest Antipholus for not paying him the money for the chain. To add to the confusion, at that moment up came Dromio of Syracuse, who, mistaking this wrong Antipholus for his own master, told him that a ship was just ready to sail. He had got all their goods on board, and the vessel only waited for them and the skipper. Antipholus of Ephesus thought this was his own Dromio, and that he must be losing his senses, but he had no time to debate the matter now. He bade him hasten home to Adriana, and get from her a purse of ducats, which would serve to bail him from arrest. Dromio did as he was told. He rushed to the house, stammered out his confused story, got the purse from Adriana, and was returning with it, when he happened to meet his own master, Antipholus of Syracuse. To him he handed the purse. Antipholus was quite unable to understand this new freak, but not caring to waste time in explanations, asked if any ship were departing that night. Dromio replied that an hour before he had brought him word that the bark expedition was just ready to sail, when Antipholus was arrested. "Here is the money you sent for to deliver you," he concluded. "The fellow is distracted, and so am I," said Antipholus. "We wander here in illusions. Some blessed power deliver us hence." Adriana, with Luciana, hastened to the release of her husband, but when they found him he had said strange things, declaring that he had not dined at home, and that he had been locked out of his own house, while she and Luciana knew quite well that he had dined with them, that everyone thought he was mad, and he was bound and carried away home, and put under care of a doctor, his man Dromio being also treated in the same way. Not long after this, Angelo and his merchant creditor met Antipholus of Syracuse, who this time, instead of denying he had had the chain, at once admitted it. Angelo reproached him with having denied it before. Antipholus declared he had never done so. The merchant said they had heard him with their own ears. The end of the matter was that they all got so angry that they drew their swords and began to fight. Adriana, coming up at that moment, thought it was her husband who had got free from his bondage, and called to the others not to hurt him. He was mad, but to seize him and take away his sword. Antipholus of Syracuse, seeing that he was likely to be overpowered, slipped with Dromio for refuge inside a priory, near which they were standing. The abbess refused to give them up, as they had taken sanctuary there, though Adriana vehemently demanded her husband. Luciana advised her sister to appeal to the Duke, and as it happened, the Duke himself now approached, on his way to attend the execution of the luckless Aegeon, who up to the present had not been able to obtain the money for his ransom. Adriana told her story to the Duke, who thereupon commanded that the Lady Abbess should be summoned to his presence. At that instant a servant came rushing up in terror to Adriana, saying that his master and Dromio had got loose, and had tied up the doctor, and were beating the servants. "Peace, fool! Your master and his man are here," said Adriana. "What you report to us is false." But the speedy appearance of Antipholus and Dromio of Ephesus showed that the servant had spoken truth. "Unless the fear of death makes me dote," said Aegeon, "I see my son Antipholus and Dromio." There was still some further confusion, for this Antipholus had no knowledge of his father. But when Antipholus of Syracuse came from the priory, and the two sets of brothers stood face to face, matters were soon happily cleared up. To add to the general joy, the good abbess turned out to be no other than the wife of Aegeon. There was no difficulty now about getting ransom for the merchant, and in fact, the Duke pardoned his life without accepting the ducats which Antipholus of Ephesus offered. Antipholus of Syracuse could now pay his court without rebuke to the lady who had so charmed his fancy, and Adriana, to whom the Duke had spoken some plain words, promised to be a less shrewish wife for the future. Among the gay company none were merrier or more delighted than the true Dromios. They embraced vigorously, and gazed at each other with admiration. "Methinks you are my glass, and not my brother," said Dromio of Ephesus. "I see by you I am a sweet-faced youth. Will you walk in to see their gossiping?" But each brother was too modest to walk into the house first. So they settled the difficulty by going in hand, not one before the other. The End. Wells Gardner, Darton and Company, Limited, 3 Paternoster Buildings, London, England. Transcriber notes: uncertain or antiquated spellings or ancient words are preserved. The illustrations have been moved so that they do not break up paragraphs, and so that they are next to the text they illustrate. Both Thisbe and Thisbe appear in the original publication and have been preserved in this e-book. End of Section 53. Recording by Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida. End of The Shakespeare Story Book by Mary MacLeod.